Welcome to this public meeting of the Geographical and Geospatial Sciences Committee of the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. I'm Pat McDowell, co-chair of the GGSC. We're glad to have you with us, those of you in the room, watching on the webcast, or viewing the recording of this session at a later time. Before we begin, I want to say just a few words about the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine and the Geographical and Geospatial Sciences Committee. The National Academies are private, nonprofit organizations that provide objective, independent advice on science and technology, engineering, and medicine. The National Academies were established at the direction of President Lincoln and have been providing these services to the country for over 150 years. The academies draw on the expertise of volunteers to inform policy with evidence, spark progress and innovation, and confront challenging issues for the benefit of society. It's not advanced. Next slide. The Geographical and Geospatial Sciences Committee is a standing committee within the National Academies. It provides a forum for innovative scientific, technical, and policy discussions on geographical theory and knowledge, geospatial data, mapping and spatial analysis, and the applications of these theories, knowledge, and methods to society's most pressing challenge. Our current membership is composed of 12 volunteers from across the United States with expertise in physical, human, and economic geography, geospatial data analysis, computational spatial science, human mobility, climate change, and natural hazards. The members are Budindra Baduri, Oceana Francis, Janet Franklin, Hendrik Hamann, Janelle Knox-Hayes, Glenn McDonald, Marguerite Madden, Keith Mosbach, Elizabeth Root, and Dawn Wright. The committee is supported by funding from the National Science Foundation, the U.S. Census Bureau, and the U.S. Geological Survey. Next slide.
Next. Thank you, Pat. I'm Kristen Kurland, the other co-chair of the GGSC. In our meeting today, we will discuss barriers and opportunities to prepare government and industry for geospatial careers of the future. Topics to be discussed include identifying the geospatial careers of the future, federal agency perspectives on building the geospatial workforce, and barriers and pathways to a diverse geospatial workforce. Our program today will consist of 3 sessions and concluding remarks. We will have time for Q&A after each panel of speakers. For committee members and speakers in the room and on Zoom, please use the raise hand function on Zoom to indicate you would like to ask a question. For those watching the webcast, you may submit your questions via Slido. There will be a Slido Q&A box embedded below the webcast. Please note that this webinar is being recorded, and understand that any questions you submit may be read aloud and included in our recording. A link to the recording will be posted on the meeting webpage within the week. Now, I'd like to hand things over to committee member Keith Mosbach. Keith is the owner of Plum Run LLC, which provides advisory and consulting services to startups, small communities, and government organizations working in geospatial intelligence and related fields. And he will introduce our first speaker.
Thank you, Kristen. I couldn't be more excited to moderate this opening session today, this critically important topic to all of us in the community. We're going to hear first from Barb Ryan and Aaron Addison, and then we'll have comments by Sandra Williams and David DiBiase. I'll briefly introduce each at the beginning of their talks, and you can find their longer bios at a link in the webcast. Barbara Ryan, I'm proud to count her as a longtime colleague and friend and sort of icon in the geospatial community. She was the executive director of the World Geospatial Industry Council, a nonprofit trade association of private sector companies working in the geospatial and Earth observation ecosystem. Formerly, she was associate director for geography at the USGS, where she was responsible for the agency's remote sensing, geography, and civilian mapping programs. Barbara is joined today by Aaron Addison, the incoming Executive Director and current Deputy Director for WGIC, where his focus is geospatial industry outreach, working with companies and organizations around the globe on challenges related to policy implementation and communication of geospatial data. Aaron's 30 years of international experience includes extensive work in the public and private sectors, as well as NGOs and higher education institutions. Barbara and Aaron will join us today to speak about geospatial careers in the future. Over to you, Barbara and Aaron.
Great. Keith, thanks. And thanks for that introduction. I'm going to kick things off, and then about midway through the presentation, Aaron will take over. But I really do want to thank the Academy for this invitation, and specifically the Geographical and Geospatial Sciences Committee. I see Mike Tischler's in the audience, and Mike will, I think maybe Mike joined after I had retired. But we, in the GS, in the US Geological Survey, we were always a little schizophrenic with the Academy because, as your history showed a few minutes ago, I think it was maybe one of Pat's slides, there were two committees, a geographical science one and then a mapping one. And yet they're so integrated, it's really quite rewarding to see that the Academy has merged those two efforts. And just in terms of a little introduction, when Baduri called and Charles and talked about this event, of course, I already knew I was going to be retiring from WGIC and thought it was appropriate for Aaron Addison, the new director, to come in and give this talk. But not only because he and Keith, I did retire on the 31st, so we did the official handover on November 1st. So Aaron is the actual director right now. But he was also, and you'll see a little bit later on, the person with kind of a lot of experience and technical know-how in this particular subject. You'll see, was staffing our industry and academia committee. And so when I get to that slide, that's when we'll do the handoff to Aaron. And so both of us are really excited about being here, seeing some familiar faces, both on the participants virtually and then also in the room. As Keith said, the World Geospatial Industry Council is a global not-for-profit trade association, but you have to be a private sector company to join. And so we'll go to the next slide real quickly, Aaron. And we went through, we're only about 6 years old, but I can say just a few months ago, we launched an entire new rebranding for WGIC at the Intergeo meeting in Berlin. Actually still, I think, probably the largest gathering of geospatial and Earth observation experts around the world, save the Esri User Conference. And Dawn, I see you're in the audience and on the committee. So right now, I think it's your user conference that maybe gets a few thousand more people than this international event in Germany. But the rebranding, and I think it's so relevant for this discussion, is that geospatial really is in everything and for everyone. And so the exercise that we went through in the last year with a marketing person was, well, talk to us about geospatial being in everything and for everyone. And so what you see on this graph is whether it's atmospheric sciences or the biosphere or the hydrosphere, geosphere, or important to many of our members, the human sphere and the built environment, it really does cut across each of these domains. And so if you look at these images for each of those spheres, you can actually map those to our logo with a focus on geospatial up in the upper right-hand corner, again, through the atmosphere, the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, geosphere, and then even kind of uniquely with that cube that shows the three-dimensionality of our built environment. So when we go on to talk about careers, as this presentation goes on, I think you're going to see that maybe one of the real challenges, and this is not news to anybody in this audience, is that we're everywhere, and sometimes that kind of results in being nowhere. And so let's kind of keep that in mind when we think about this, when we think about the challenges that face the workforce. Next slide. Just real quickly, we've got three real simple objectives. We absolutely want to strengthen the contributions of the industry, the sector, to society and the global economy. We advance a number of policy studies, and then as a trade association, clearly we want to create business opportunities for the industry. And again, I think you could see linkages to this discussion today in each one of those strategic objectives for WGIC that rely so importantly on not only partnerships, but the workforce of the future. And you'll see there are going to be some challenges that we'll talk about in more detail. Next slide, Erin. The members are shown here. Right now, 45 members. Again, you'll see Dawn's in the audience. You'll see Esri there, but you'll see a lot of the very traditional geospatial companies up at that patron level. Those are companies making over $100 million a year, many over $1 billion a year. Will come down to the corporate members and then the associate members, which are tiered by their annual general revenue. But I guess what I'd like to say is, while it may have been the more traditional geospatial companies that helped found the organization 6 years ago, and at the time, Maxar was the only Earth observation company in the tent, you will see there's been tremendous growth from the space sector in WGIC. And again, a really important message is that the Earth is an integrated system, and we ought to be talking about all observations that are collected in, on, or around the Earth, and regardless of who's collecting those. But of course, we're advocating on behalf of the commercial sector. Next slide. Just real quickly, the policy reports that were launched actually just this year in the lead up to that meeting in Berlin that I told you about was leadership diversity in the geospatial industry. We'll talk about that more today. And then we usually pick up a kind of a technical policy topic. And this year it was how geospatial information and technologies are related to and in fact build out the metaverse. And then lastly, another project that Erin was overseeing was that led into a project that Erin's overseeing with a prize that we received last year at the Conference of the Parties, the Climate Convention. But this report on Africa public-private partnerships was also released in the lead up to Intergeo. And again, I think maybe just in terms of context, you know, we often talk about the importance of public-private partnerships and strengthening the relationship between the public and private sectors. We just have a lot to do. And so the decision largely to focus on Africa is that many of the policies and the practices, and I would say the walls and the barriers for closer public-private partnership are quite entrenched in North America and in Europe. And so the decision was, well, let's find more of a nascent environment and examine what's going on down there. And that's this last report. I think the next slide will largely turn it over to Erin to really go into the technical aspects of what's so important for this committee. But what I will say is that Shiva Ravada out of Oracle has chaired this committee. Dawn Dean used to be the member. Jerry Miller will now come in and replace Dean. And then also with Hexagon, the former president of WGIC was Ken Moyman. He'll be replaced by Anthony Petrozuro. Kumar Navalar at Maxar, and then Woolpert Zafar Mohammed Goose is the Woolpert. So all of this work was staffed by Aaron up until a week ago when he assumed the executive director position. So he may have to do some HR changes in the background. But Aaron, I think this is a good place for me to go off camera, because the next slide will show some information that we reported out in Berlin about accomplishments and plans. And then Aaron will be doing a deeper dive down into the specific work of the Industry Academia Collaboration Committee, because you'll see many of the challenges and opportunities are discussed by the people that you see on this particular slide. So thanks so much. And Keith, unless you have something, we'll go right to Aaron. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thanks. Aaron, over to you.
Thanks, Barb. So as Barb said, one of the things that happens within WGIC and the committee function is that each committee takes on activities for a given year. Those activities are generally planned around this time of the year in late fall. And then, whatever one or two initiatives, be it a white paper, a technical report, something more dynamic on the web is decided by our members. And for 2023, what they decided to do was to try to understand not only the gaps that everyone sort of had stories about between industry and academia and by relation workforce development, but to start to actually inventory the capabilities, the offerings, the opportunities, the challenges between industry and academia along these lines. And so what's happening right now is that we are in the process of collecting data to build an online registry. So in 2023, the data collection started for this with our members, and that is along two main lines. One is internships and the other is employment opportunities. So what are the internships that are available in the geospatial community? One of the disconnects that we were hearing from a number of our members is that they would be approached, for instance, let's say in early in the year in a February, March timeframe for summer internships. But in fact, all those companies said, we fill those internships in November. And students weren't really aware of that, it didn't seem like. So getting some communication lines open, I think, is important, but also understanding the cadence and cycles of academia and when people would be able to respond to calls for internship opportunities. And then likewise, on the geospatial side, of course, there are local and even regional warehouses or collections of repositories of jobs, but there's no global repository. And global in the sense of WGIC membership, one of their initiatives is to start cataloging geospatial job opportunities so that WGIC becomes a focal point or a touch point for employment in the industry. So as I mentioned, the data collection effort is underway right now with our members. So this is an internal inventory, not only looking in this case at internship and employment, also we got a lot of feedback from academia suggesting that they weren't always aware of what hardware or software or sensors data might be available to academia. And so building a repository of those types of resources on behalf of WGIC members is another initiative being undertaken by the committee right now. So why would we want to do any of this? And this really gets to the meat of the presentation today. What in the world is going on in the geospatial industry? And here we are defining geospatial in the broadest possible sense. You know, our tagline, as Barb shared earlier, is that geospatial in everything, geospatial for everyone. And when you say something like that, then you don't get to decide what is inside or outside of geospatial. there are a lot of things in our daily lives that we may not recognize as being geospatial in the classic sense of the word, or even using geospatial technologies. But everything depends on some form of geospatial technology. It may not be points, lines, and polygons. It may not be imagery. But even our friends in the P&T industry would have us understand the importance of timing, the importance of navigation in just daily life, let alone driving our global economy. So I think our definition of that is very wide, and I understand that many others may have different definitions of what the geospatial industry is, but I wanted to provide some context there for this talk and for my comments. By almost any measure, though, and again here I'm going to try to be directionally correct instead of precisely wrong. I understand that there are different estimates for market growth sizes and estimates depending on what you put in that definition or leave out. But by and large, there's some agreement around the growth of the geospatial industry. I did a couple of quick searches last night on LinkedIn, just in the United States, and then on another one, Indeed, same thing, and getting numbers well into the thousands of current job openings that include the word geospatial in them. On LinkedIn, it was something over 2,500 jobs, and you can see on Indeed something over 4,000. So this, again, is directionally correct. It's to say there's significant opportunity, significant availability for jobs. And we know also that students coming out of school may not have an easy time finding a job. And so if this is our reality in 2023, what's going on in the industry? Are we seeing jobs evolve over time to be something that they haven't been historically? Are we seeing curriculum that needs to be updated to be more relevant to the jobs that are available? We're not saying it's this or that. I'm going to try to be a little thought-provoking here on what might be going on. But for sure, nobody, I think, can definitively say, and I would be skeptical of anyone who says definitively what's going on. But I think what's clear from this data is that there's something going on, and that's something we need to collectively look at moving forward, not just on the industry side, but also on the academic side. I was not able to find, for instance, a number that would just definitively say how many geospatial graduates are there each year in the United States. I was not able to find, how many programs offer a degree in geospatial or GIS that goes beyond desktop, that involves server. How many server programs are there? How many programs, so we need to get some more granularity to some of our data points that we might have around these conversations, so we can zero in on how to create new opportunities across the board. The market is big, roughly in the last couple of years is around $70 billion. As I said, there are lots and lots of companies that do market sizing estimates for geospatial. Obviously, I'm generalizing. I've averaged some of these numbers together, but that's gonna more than double in the next 2 years. We're almost to 2025 now. Correspondingly, can you imagine if we're at 2,500 and 4,000 jobs today, what's the right number of jobs in 2025? Is it double the number of jobs, or does AI, automation, ML, all of these kinds of things factor into it? And then there's some sort of algorithm that we need to think about on what does the future geospatial workforce size look like. It might not be a one-to-one relationship, of course. But more importantly, I think even in the next 6 years, we're looking at tripling the size of the geospatial economy. And so that growth rate puts us at about 14 to 16% year over year as a compounded annual growth rate. Again, this is not to zero in and say 158 or 220 is exactly the number, but these are directionally where the market's headed, which is to say it's expanding rapidly. And are we correspondingly developing a workforce pipeline to fill those jobs, or is there some other equation that's going to have to come into play for us to not only understand that, but just to meet the sheer demand for talent within the industry? So if we think about this in terms of a bit of arithmetic, we can take all of the 4-year schools, all of the 2-year schools, trade schools, certificates, micro-credential programs, corporate training programs, and still not be anywhere close to being able to double the size of the workforce in geospatial over that period of time. And that's just currently what we know right now. So how would we meet that demand? Is it retooling? Is it mid-career training? Is it a combination of all those things? Is it something that we've not put on the table yet? I think those are the conversations that the industry is open to better understanding and working with academia on to make sure that those demands are being met. As many of you know, these are in key, if not critical, service areas within our defense, within our logistics, within our economy broadly, to make things work. And so these are not positions that are going to easily be, automated necessarily over that period of time. Although some are candidates for automation. I'll talk about the impacts of that in just a moment. But a couple of things that are sort of all tied together here on the right that I think about is that this is not an either or scenario. This isn't a problem that rests on the shoulders of just universities. This is not a problem that rests just on the shoulders of corporate America, but it's an all hands on deck scenario. It's an all scenario. And we're going to need everything that we can muster in order to meet the demand for these types of skills and talent. I think there's a lot of conversations about things like starting geospatial education earlier in K through 12. This is certainly happening in many other countries around the world. When I was teaching at Washington University in St. Louis, I would see this as international students would come into my program. They already knew about geospatial from their time in high school or even middle school, which is a definite different model than we've traditionally seen in the U.S. I think one of the things that's becoming very apparent to me is that we have to intentionally, consciously work on reducing industry jargon. We have to meet people where they're at, not where we want them to be. And when they'll come along, but I know a lot of students or potential students that I would talk to over the years were turned off by the amount of jargon in geospatial conversations. And that leads into the last point I wanted to make here, which is that ultimately you have to help potential students see themselves in a geospatial career. We would give many presentations when I was in academia, and they would politely sit through the talk. They might even be excited about the talk, and they would say, that's very interesting, but that couldn't possibly be for me. I don't understand all the jargon. I don't understand the computer. I don't understand these things. And so I think we've got some opportunities to improve the way that we're reaching out to the potential workforce, and how we're framing that and helping them see themselves in that conversation. As we look to the future, this only becomes more so. So, where do all these extra positions, all this extra need and demand for workforce come from? And I just wanted to put one example in here in the interest of time, is something like spatial digital twins. I mean, this is almost bordering on what we call a radiculogram, with all the things going different ways and jargon and words and so forth on the drawing. But it's all to say that there are many, many moving pieces to something like a digital twin. And almost all of those items have geospatial in them somewhere, somehow. That might be data collection for the construction of the digital twin. It might be data feeds coming in either periodically or in real time. And it also may be tracking systems, integration systems. But it's not just GIS. It's not just land. Across the bottom there, it involves administrative areas, it involves urban planning, it involves architecture, emergency services, utilities, etc. And those cross many, many different agencies within the government, as well as the private sector, and I should say at all levels of government, federal, state, and local, but it also involves the private sector and companies that are performing this work, responsible for this work, and indeed innovating and leading much of this work for their customers. So how do we translate the potential into new jobs and businesses for a given area? Well, we have to understand the supply, the trained workforce. So there's roughly 200 universities with a GIS and or geospatial program in the US, what's the sum total of graduates that they produce each year, and where do those students go? We know that a few of them will stay in academia. We know some of those will go into public service. We know the majority of them will typically go into the private sector. But we need better data on the supply side of what's happening in the development of our geospatial workforce. Along with that, something I didn't add in the interest of space were the corporate trainings that are going on. There's very little data on retrained workforce within the industry. We need to work on collecting additional data there. We know that if there's around, again, this is hopefully directionally correct, not exactly wrong, but say if there are 4,000 openings today, there's going to be something over 7,000 openings likely in the not too distant future. Where do those people come from? How do those positions get filled, and by who? And then I think, to the point of this particular presentation, the diversity of thought is that it's not going to likely come from our traditional pipeline of talent development, at least not entirely. That may manifest itself in the form of global diversity, looking at hiring across the world, but most likely come also from different learning pathways. Not everybody learns the same, not everybody needs the same skills, but instead of framing everything in our conversations as where are all the geospatial jobs, it may also require us to flip our thinking and say, where is geospatial in the jobs? And that's, I think, something that we're going to continue to see more and more of, because when we flip that question, it oftentimes is coupled to some sort of domain expertise or subject matter expertise that goes along with the geospatial skill. So, which brings us back to our inventory. Like I said, we're building sort of a descriptive repository right now, but once that's built, then what do we, where do we go from here? So what? We're not looking to just describe a gap in talent or a gap in the ability to fill jobs, but rather looking at opportunities to improve that alongside partners in academia in particular. I'll just wind up with sort of some questions that I oftentimes get about things like AI coming on, like, why do I even bother? AI is going to take my job anyway. And I've spent some time thinking about this over the last 18 months. And I think, my little sort of cartoon graphic here, we spent a lot of time getting up to what I call the GIS plateau. And we've spent the last 20 years doing that, getting data, gathering data, building data. We're all, as an industry, we are very, very good at points, lines, and polygons. We're very good at raster analysis. We're very good at more data. In fact, no one ever says, I wish I had less data. And so we have to now climb the next stretch of the mountain, which I believe started a few years ago, towards opportunity. And that's likely going to be something besides data creation. It will involve integration. It will involve interoperability and things along these lines. What do we do with it? You can collect a lot of data. That's great. But so what? What are you going to do with all of it once you have it? And that has to then look through the lens of in service of what? In service of answering a question, in service of providing a service to the public. Is it a derivative? Is it an intermediate step, et cetera? And the way to sort of complete that diagram in terms of AI, if you want to future-proof your job and your job opportunity, you focus on things AIs cannot do today and doesn't show signs of being able to do in the near future. And those are going to be, how do I derive knowledge from the data? How do I discern what's going on? How do I make a decision based on that information? And creating policy and integration and interoperability as well. Because I think we'll find over time, and we're already starting to see this, is the automation side is going to come for the data processing first. And what it's not going to be able to do right off the bat is some of these areas that I'm describing, and those I would put under the umbrella of future-proof geospatial jobs. So just to conclude and get on to our discussion, geospatial is in everything, and it is for everyone. It's not an exclusive definition. It's an inclusive definition by design. And so we have to find ways to meet those demands Because if we don't, I'm quite confident if I learn nothing else in my business schooling, it's that the market will find a way to solve that problem somehow, some way. And so we're poised to take advantage of that as an industry, in terms of geospatial, which I'm including academia. But we have to now act. We have to really focus and redouble our efforts on meeting that demand. With that, I'll wrap up, say thank you, and turn it back over to Keith.
Keith.
So many things.
Oh,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Keith, can I just jump in real quick?
Of course.
Before you do it. Aaron, just 30 seconds. It may come up during the discussion, but go back to the internships. I'm not sure that the challenge about the timing came across. You talk a lot about that, about a disconnect between availability. And then also, I think you've again talked really good in the past about not being able to get there and that companies may be looking at acquisitions to acquire that. So could you just say those two things before we then really do turn it back to Keith? Thanks.
Sure, Barb. So what Barb's referring to is that we see, like, if we think about how companies solve their talent acquisition problems today, they know, and I think, I don't want to jump ahead, but I think Sandra will probably speak to this as well, is that you just can't hire enough people. And so if you have the capacity, if you're an NVIDIA or if you're an Apple Maps division, the way they get that talent today is they just buy a company. I need 100 geospatial engineers. Go find me a company that has 100 geospatial engineers. I don't really care what they're doing right now. I'll reassign them, but they have that skill set. But companies in the industry understands that that's not a sustainable solution to their talent problem, and that's why they're very open to exploring different ways to fill the talent pipeline coming into industry. And one way, as Barb mentioned, they do that is through their internships. It's really interesting whenever you talk to the companies because they don't care as much as it turns out about what the intern maybe knows technically and what I'll just call button pushing. But what they want to see is, do they have a aptitude to work on problems that don't have easy answers, to be okay with that ambiguity, and to say, okay, maybe I don't have the answer today, but I'm farther along and I will come back tomorrow energized to work on that same problem based on what I learned yesterday. Those are things that, as somebody who developed this GIS program at a major university in the United States and have taught at many schools, I don't see a lot of evidence that we are helping develop the workforce with those types of soft skills. So I think we cram a lot of technical things into our curricula, but we also need to couple that not only with those types of soft skills I'm describing, but also in terms of critical thinking. One of my observations when I was teaching is that everybody thinks maps are true, regardless if they're true or not. I mean, if somebody went to the trouble to make a map, it must be right. But we, of course, that make maps all know that maps lie. And sometimes that comes through intentionally, but more frequently, as it turns out, it's because whoever made the map didn't have any idea if that was even in the realm of possibility. But yet, their process, their software, their image analytic, produced that without errors. So they assumed it to be true. And so coupling the education, the technical side with the critical thinking becomes a key component as well. So there, I really will stop and turn it back over to Keith. Thanks, Keith.
Well, again, many thanks to Barb, the former executive director of WGIC, and Aaron, the current executive director of WGIC.
Yeah.
The next thing we'll do is have a couple of folks share some reflections on the volumes that we've been given in this first talk about things to think about. The first will be Sander Williams. Sander is the Director of Talent Acquisition at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. In this role, he only directs recruitment, marketing, outreach, recruitment services, student programs, pre-employment processes, and onboarding services, as well as overseeing the candidate selection process. So I don't know how you have 15 minutes to share with us this morning, Sandra, but I appreciate it, and then looking forward to your remarks.
Well, really, thank you for inviting me to speak. I'm going to start off by telling everybody just a little bit about NGA, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. This is something that we often spend a lot of time talking about. We start looking at the 18 intelligence agencies in the IC, DIA, CIA, NSA tend to be the ones that everybody knows about. But just like we talked about in this discussion about the lack of awareness of what about GeoInt, geospatial, let's talk a little bit about what GeoInt is. So GeoInt is really the strong piece of the NGA mission. So I'm going to kind of walk you through a little bit about what our mission is, what we do, and then we can talk about some of the hiring challenges that we have. So the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency's mission is to provide world-class geospatial intelligence, or GeoInt, to the United States and its allies, and to be a global leader in GeoInt. GeoInt is the use of imagery and geospatial information about where and when on Earth to describe, assess, and depict physical features and activities on Earth. GeoInt tells you what is happening, where it's happening, and when it's happening. It also reveals how it's happening, why it matters, and what it's likely to happen next. NGA provides an enormous advantage to U.S. warfighters, policymakers, intelligence professionals, and first responders, and to our allies. We recently updated our motto: know the world, show the way from seabed to space. Our mission has always been to monitor with GeoInt human activities and natural occurrences across the globe. And we also help make sense of all this data by putting it into context for senior policymakers, for military planners, and first responders. Anyone who sails a U.S. ship, flies a U.S. aircraft, makes U.S. national policy decisions, or responds to natural disasters relies on NGA, its data, and its GeoInt professionals. United States Air Force Aeronautical Chart and Information Center was based in St. Louis and did lunar cartography. But you don't need to be a pilot, sailor, or member of the U.S. military or U.S. government official to rely on NGA. If you own a cell phone and have found your way using GPS, you might not realize it, but you relied on NGA as well. NGA's geomatics professionals partner with the U.S. Air Force to ensure GPS is accurate. So that is the mission of NGA. So we spend a lot of time when we go out on recruiting events, when we set up booths, spending a lot of time talking about what is GeoInt. And so that is the cornerstone of our recruitment activities. Keith, I can go on into a number of things that we do with STEM and pipeline, or wait for a round robin discussion.
I think it would be great for you just to tee up some thoughts, Sander, on your unique perspective on challenges in the workforce across the broad range of challenges you face. And if you could just skip like a stone across the pond on some of those, I think it'd be very helpful after we get reflections from David, and then we get into the Q&A.
Sure. So the challenges that we have in NGA externally is is to reach out to students, especially in the STEM field, to get them to understand the importance of GeoInt and why work at NGA. So we spend a lot of time talking about what GeoInt is. We have partnered with a number of colleges that have a GIS certification area, and that has kind of helped us. But typically, our challenges are getting students interested in GIS. One of the ways that we do that is we have a strong internship program. But as mentioned earlier, the challenges with our program is to work for the government, you have to be a U.S. citizen, and you have to be able to be cleared. So you got to have a top secret SCI clearance, and you also have to take a poly. Our challenge is to put out a announcement, get our candidates selected early, notify them in time so that they can make a decision, because there is a lot of competition out there with students when they start applying for multiple internship opportunities. Typically with the US government, not just with NGA, with NSA, DIA, CIA, and others, the challenge is our ability to respond back to the applicant fast enough so that they can make a decision. Also, though, the applicant has to understand, though, the only way they're going to get the internship is they have to pass the security processes. So that takes time. So often we lose an opportunity out to someone else like a Maxar or another industry partner out there that is able to come in real quickly and offer a security clearance. Not offer an opportunity sometimes without having to have a security clearance. So that tends to be our challenge. The other challenge is the US government, and particularly the IC, we're focused on diversity. So diversity is very important to us. And so we spend a lot of time going out to HBCUs, other minority serving institutions to recruit. We've also started a program where we're going back into the high schools now. So one of the discussions, the reflection is, how do we interest students early on? So K through 12, we've got a couple of initiatives in St. Louis, here back in the Washington, D.C. area, where we stood up these student intern programs for high schoolers. Last year, we hired 38 students. These are high schoolers, predominantly in Washington, D.C. area and in St. Louis. We've also handed out a number of scholarships now. So we've started 3 new scholarship programs, all of this to interest and hook high school students early so that they have an interest, so that they can come into NGA, work at NGA. If you want to go off to college, you can get a scholarship to go off to college. We're also starting a co-op program next year where you don't have to go to college. You can gain your experience through a program that's going to take a couple of years. Once you get that experience, we're going to hire you full-time at NGA. So really, it's getting the word out from a geospatial perspective, what GeoInt is, why you want to work at NGA by working at a different IC, being able to hire students faster. And then once we hire them, we have an 80 to 85% conversion rate. So once we get students in place, we have them. So that's externally. Internally, our challenges are, as GeoInt picks up, as AI comes along, we have to reskill our workforce. And that is a challenge. A lot of our workforce are not necessarily working the GeoInt work roles. Some are accountants, some are electricians. We have over 100 work roles. So it's looking internally, reskilling the workforce. Those are the challenges, Keith.
All right, Sander, appreciate that and look forward to speaking further during the Q&A. The final member of the all-star team that is this first panel is David DiBiase. David DiBiase is an educator in this field. When I entered this field, I thought perhaps David was the only educator in this field because it seems to be ubiquitous. This says here that he's a lifelong student of what the U.S. Department of Labor calls the geospatial technology industry. He's taught at Penn State since 1989, founded its World Campus online certificate and master's degree programs. And from 2011 to 2019, David served as leader of Esri's education, industry, and business development team. So David, over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And thanks to the whole Geographical and Geospatial Sciences Committee for convening this meeting and for including me. And I also want to start by applauding Aaron and Barb and the World Geospatial Industry Foundation's support for and concern about education at all levels, but especially higher education. Aaron knows whereof he speaks when it comes to that topic. However, I do want to put the driving concern behind the alleged geospatial workforce crisis into a little bit of historical context. The Internet Archive goes back to 1999 or so, and going back then and looking up this topic, remember that in 1999, Microsoft and AOL were the major players in Internet browsers. Google was just founded the year before, in 1998. So I looked up a document prepared by the U.S. House of Representatives Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations in 1999. They had a project called the American Worker Project, And their report stated the following, which may sound similar to today's discussion. Quote, our educational system must do a better job of preparing students to compete in the workplace. They identified a skills gap. According to employers in the high-tech industry, too few Americans possess the skills to fill many available jobs. Another quote, despite the promising job opportunities and high wages offered by the high-tech industry, today's students, tomorrow's workforce, they wrote, are not acquiring the skills necessary to take advantage of those opportunities. And finally, laying the blame at the feet of education in general in the U.S., our education system must improve in preparing workers to enter the workforce. My point in bringing that up is just to point out that this concern, valid or not, is not at all new. And when it comes to education, particularly higher education, which is the only part of it I claim to know much about, just today, the Los Angeles Times reported that the United States saw a surge in students from abroad, 1 million students from 210 places of origin in 2022-23, a 12% increase over the pandemic ebb. Most of those students from abroad were enrolled in graduate programs in science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM. Clearly, there's some kind of perception mismatch between employers and students who still see the U.S. higher education system as the envy of the world. So there certainly is, as Aaron illustrated and knows from personal experience, there certainly is a challenge for education, keeping pace with the evolution of technology and professional practice in the geospatial field. At the K through 12 level, I'll only say that awareness, as I think Sandra pointed out, awareness is a key issue. My knowledge of this area comes from the time I spent at Esri, which has devoted countless person hours and resources into trying to increase awareness and activity around geospatial in U.S. public and private primary schools. What I learned from watching that effort and managing it to some extent is that schools like never before are challenged by declining public trust and support. It's a horrible time. It's always been hard, but it's never been harder to implement curriculum reforms, such as introducing geospatial into the school curriculum. Maybe my colleague and friend Angela Lee, who is still is in fact my successor as the lead of the education industry team, she may have more to say about that. Sorry, Angie, to put you on the spot. In regard to higher education, which was more my comfort zone, working with Esri, it certainly was during my time, and it continues to be at Esri and elsewhere, a challenge to get higher education institutions to embrace the evolution of their offerings toward what we called at Esri modern GIS. And but I'll say frankly, not to make excuses, but I think an informed observation is the inertia in higher education is exacerbated by the fact that demand for education in geospatial is limited. Geospatial education and research, like it or not, remains niche in higher education. I appreciate that Aaron showed some employment opportunity numbers. I have a master's student right now whose project is he's developed an algorithm that scrapes the public web for GIS job opportunities on a daily basis. Depending on how you look and what time frame you look at, it's the opportunities are numbered in the thousands. I pointed out the number in the thousands is not big. It's hard for education leaders to develop a strategic plan around opportunity that has thousands of opportunities nationwide. I put this into historical context so we can hopefully focus in our discussion about what's new, what has changed. The concern is longstanding. What has changed now? And one thing I'll suggest that has changed is the emergence of data science, which is certainly data science and analytics, which is certainly closely related to geospatial analysis. Opportunities related to data science are, depending on how you count and who you listen to, I think it's safe to say it's a order of magnitude greater than geospatial per se. One way you can tell that is by how enthusiastically and energetically and quickly higher education institutions are responding to that opportunity. Master's degrees in data science have proliferated over the last 10 years, and some of those, encouragingly, are beginning to incorporate what some call geospatial data science. For example, just recently, the University of Wisconsin was successful in integrating a geospatial track in its data science masters, and they're not alone in that. So recognizing that geospatial data science is a relevant part of a really big societal trend in relation to employment and the future of work, if I dare say, I think is wise and is new. And there's a very specific opportunity I'd like to put on the table for the committee and our other participants today to consider. A little bit of a digression. When I started the master's program in GIS at Penn State, 1999, in 2004, we launched the master's program. A key step we took at that time in order to get approval by the university for this from the very start, was to empanel an advisory board of industry representatives, which lent, number one, kind of politically, it lent a lot of credence to our suggestion that our proposal to have a master's level offering related to geospatial. But that advisory board had a huge impact on the curriculum of the Penn State Master of GIS program, an impact that that persists even today, 20 years later. And so I suggest, as a very practical matter, industry folks who are concerned about the responsiveness of higher education to their needs volunteer to be an industry representative on an academic advisory board. And it's true, most universities don't go to the trouble of having an industry advisory board. Well, you can sure as heck propose one. And if industries representatives are willing to, I mean the companies, not the individuals, are willing to put their money where their concerns are, they might even be willing to chip in to create and support such a panel, such an advisory board. That's a practical thing that I know I saw with my own eyes had a huge impact at Penn State, and I believe is an underused strategy nationwide. Finally, I'll conclude just by saying that in addition to considering the needs and concerns of industry and government, I think it's important we not lose sight of the students. That is the future workforce, as the House of Representatives called it back in 1999. And I'll just cop a little bit from a study recently at Penn State about contemporary students' concerns and their goals, what they want out of careers. And so from this little report, I'll just quote that Gen Z students, the report states, are not really focused on the numbers so much anymore. That is, that salaries are not necessarily the driving concern for today's students. What tends to be important, the report states, is purposeful and meaningful work. Students are very focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and sustainability ethics. They're also concerned about things like work-life balance. So I think if we want to attract more young people to these career opportunities, we have to try to speak their language and talk about the things that concern them most, which is not just employment, it's not just salary. It's deeper than that. They're smarter than I was at that age. And I'll just finally say that another recent article from the LA Times that reports a worrying not trend, but a worrying phenomenon at my alma mater, the University of Wisconsin, which points out that the legislature cut $32 million of the University of Wisconsin's budget specifically to eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion positions and initiatives within that university. Folks, let's please not do that. That's going to be, and that was all in the name of refocusing that money on workforce development. Folks, that's the exact wrong thing to do. So a focus on workforce needs is great, but if we focus on the needs and the priorities of the students who we need to fill those workforce opportunities, well, we might look at things differently. So thanks again to the committee for this opportunity. I really appreciate it, and my hat's off to you for reconsidering this age-old problem.
Thanks, David, very much for your insights. Stimulating as always. So we have a wonderful block of time now for Q&A and discussion. So I'd only like to open it up to anybody in the room who might have a question. And if anybody is using the function on the web to send in questions, I'd encourage that as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. So this is Pete Arnold. I'm also an NGA, and I do have a curious question for the audience. From an ecosystem standpoint, is there a set ecosystem that you think attracts students or employees better, i.e. modern tools, software, development environments, onboarding, mentoring, etc.? Over.
Any of the panelists have thoughts on answering that question? Sandra, do you have an experience in that regard?
So I was, can Peter restate the question again, please?
Sure. Hey, so I am from NGA, so I'll just point that out. My question was, when we're trying to attract a geospatial workforce, specifically in the data science or image science, or I'll just say the STEM fields, do we, as a group, have an ecosystem that we know of that best attracts type of folks that we want? So, for example, one of the things for NGA that I see as potentially a con is an ecosystem for the people we're bringing in that includes modern tools and software. As we know, we are in a classified environment, and sometimes it's harder to get some of the tools that are needed. In addition, we like to have development environments, right? So we work in development environment, and then we move them into an operational environment. Advanced training, having the appropriate onboarding and mentoring. And so I was looking for maybe industrial standards or academic standards that help attract the talent to your organizations. Over.
Okay. So, Peter, for everybody, a couple of things. So what resonates with me is that, excuse me, I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've been on Zoom here. we have a couple of ecosystems one ecosystem that we're just now testing out and developing that seems to be working well is out in St. Louis, right? And so we have partnered with industry, we've partnered with academia, all the way down to the elementary level schools to get access to what GeoInt's all about. Part of that is training the students to understand what it's about, so that when we bring them into NGA, for instance, they have a head start. They understand what GeoInt and the capabilities are. So that's been kind of working out well. We're going to try to stand up something similar like that into the Washington, D.C. area. It's really about getting interested students, high school, college, interested in what GeoInt's all about. We're also with the IC. The IC has started a program where they're starting to partner with industry and academia. So there's a system called the Private-Public Talent Exchange. That's an opportunity for industry to come into NGA, bring their skills, teach us certain aspects, things that we need, provide a level of support that we don't have, and then they can go back into their industry, as well as allow us, people like yourself, Peter, and others, to go out into industry, work, learn some of the things that are not being taught so well at NGA, and bring that back to the mothership. So those are some opportunities and things that we're starting to do. We're also starting to work with some programs, like for instance, Harris Stowe in St. Louis, where they're developing GIS curriculum so that they can go down and talk to the students, so that they can have an opportunity to the teachers to understand what GIS is, and so that they can start teaching the students. What's interesting is when we start these programs and start these discussions with the teachers, we often find that teachers want to conduct a career change and come work for NGA. So it's really about getting that information out, everybody understanding what it is. There's not necessarily ecosystems that are out there. It's just an awareness of what GIS is, what the opportunities are, and how it's applied. And I think if we're able to do that at the lowest levels and then kind of progress them through college, I think that we will start developing those ecosystems and those pipelines.
Kevin, did you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I'm Kevin Dobbs. I'm at NGA right now, but I'll tell you that for almost 2 decades, I was at the University of Kansas at the Kansas Applied Remote Sensing Program. I taught in the geography department. I was also part of a program that's been sponsored over 20 years by the US Geological Survey called America View, which is a consortium of approximately 40 different universities, all of whom have the focus of the program was remote sensing, outreach, research, and education. But all of those universities had different programs focused on remote sensing in different departments. There's so much to unpack about what was said today. We don't have enough time in the day, and I have thoughts on many things. Some of it is, I think Aaron mentioned 7,000 job postings that reference geospatial. And 20 years ago, that might have been the measure of what you look at. But if you look at what do people employ now, they're not employing people with a background in geospatial. They're employing people from computer science, in large part data science, and those things. And they may not advertise on those things, so that might not be a great place to look at. It might be good to look at what industry actually did hire and backtrack that and say, okay, ultimately it gets back to, I think, one of the issues at the university level and the way that universities operate, historically speaking, is, you've got departments of programs, computer science never even looked at geospatial. I mean, they didn't care about it. It wasn't part of what they were concerned with. And so they didn't have interdisciplinary programs that included curriculum, at least in part, in geospatial. I think one of the things that is an issue right now is you get people coming out of programs at universities who are coming out of a computer vision, a computer science, data science, who have never even heard of a coordinate system. They know nothing about positional accuracy, yet they're charged with creating capabilities out of the data that's coming out of this deluge that is supposed to take advantage of it. And nothing against some of the programs that industry provides, Esri and others, but in a few days or a 1 week course, you can't teach the things that they need to know and understand about creating high quality products out of these and taking advantage and understanding how society works, the skin of the earth works, and able to do that. So I think there's a huge need to promote, like David was saying, programs that may not be tagged geospatial, but interdisciplinary with geospatial component, more broadly across universities, that introduce them early in the college environment, so that they're coming to the workforce with the knowledge and skills that they really need to make a difference. I don't know, that's an initial thought. There's so much more, but yeah, that's kind of my perspective.
Hey, this
Kevin,
this is
I
Sanders.
appreciate that. Go ahead, Sander.
Also, just as it was brought up before, when you start looking at geomatics, for instance, right? And we partner with the Ohio State University, pretty much the only school left for pure geodetic sciences. They've only graduated 19 U.S. citizens in geodesy in the last decade. So that's a challenge for us at NGA, because you have to be a U.S. citizen to be able to obtain a security clearance. So one of the other areas that we're also looking at hiring in is smart people in math and physics, right? And we're spending 3 to 5 years to kind of bring them up to speed. So there's different ways that we can go about doing the hiring. I think we're starting to be a little bit more creative. But was mentioned before, with data science, that's a very popular skill set to have, right? And we often have challenges meeting salary here at NGA. So we do offer incentives, but it's part of something that we haven't talked about yet is the retention pieces of it, right? So once you go out and get the talent, now you got to hold on to them. So those are some other points I wanted to bring up.
Sander, thanks. I'm reminded, Kevin, your comments go to the slide that Aaron showed, right? This idea of geospatial jobs versus geospatial in jobs. And I would think if we were talking about geospatial, which is considered to be important or critically important to a job, that's going to be way more than the 7,000, right? That Aaron proposed. But I agree with you. Sort of, it's buried in a job description, and it's certainly not mentioned in the job title. David, I had spoken when I was at the United States Geospatial Intelligence Foundation with the folks in the business department at Penn State, and I proposed that if they were graduating folks with bachelor's or master's degrees in business who didn't understand the power of location, that they were doing them a disservice, because I could make the argument that location is, location data, geospatial, changing every vertical in the economy, and that it is in fact a critically important skill that ought to be offered. And even in my own background, the idea that I have studied political science and have a degree and never had a geo class, right? Like, seems absurd to me in retrospect. Pat, did you have something earlier you wanted to?
I'll just put out a brief question. We don't have to address it here. We can follow it up later. Several of you mentioned the need for domain expertise in addition to geospatial expertise. And there's a tension there in terms of, well, as we've just been discussing, how do you introduce geospatial into the domain training, computer science or geology or whatever it is? And also, what's the balance between those two, and how do the potential employers seek the people that have the balance that they need? Or how do they overcome the gaps when they don't find the people with the balance they need?
Charles, do you have questions that have been submitted online?
Yes, this is Charles Burgess with the National Academies. We have a couple of questions that have come up online. I'll read them to the audience. Here's the first one. Are data science programs subsuming geospatial as an attribute of data? Where should disciplinary lines be drawn for education and workforce training, especially under broad interdisciplinary or skill-focused programs like data science?
May I speak to that?
Yes, David, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, good question. Thank you to whomever submitted that. It reminds me that the first time I ever appeared with this committee it's about, I think, almost 15 years ago when we were talking about, among other things, the first edition of the Geographic Information Science and Technology Body of Knowledge. During my time at Esri, I had an opportunity to meet with and to try to convince the folks who are developing a data science body of knowledge. This is maybe 10 years ago now, and tried to convince them that certain geospatial concepts ought to be included in their body of knowledge, because after all, as everybody in this room knows, spatial is special, right? Well, the response I got really boiled down to a simple misunderstanding or observation, depending on how you want to look at it. And that is, well, spatial is just another data type. Why does it deserve special attention? And a statement like that, which is actually a deeply held belief from my experience, that can only be rectified if you go into really deep discussions of geodesy and other of the more profound and complex topics in the geospatial field, which is not great coffee table conversation. It's a really hard case to make, actually. It's an easy case to make if you have the time and if you have a receptive audience. But to an audience that believes deeply that it's obvious that spatial is just another data type, what's all the fuss about? It's hard to convince. It's hard to convince people who have that belief or that misconception.
Aaron, did you have something on that point?
Maybe to tie the previous two questions and Pat's comments together, is that I think one of the things that's changing now is that, yes, and this goes to Sanders' point as well, is that, yeah, if you look at just, and even Kevin's points, if you look at just the geospatial industry, there's a cap on that. You know, if we think about geospatial as a vertical industry, it has a limit. But what we're talking about when we say things like not the geospatial job, but geospatial and the job, and Pat mentioned this with subject matter expertise, is you're talking fundamentally about taking a vertical market and turning it into a horizontal market, which is essentially unlimited in size. Now, that's a very difficult thing to contemplate if your own education, your own identity, your own career is based in this vertical market. You don't want to give that up. You don't want to be told that what you're doing is part of something much larger called telco, called utilities, called data analytics, called economists. And that's, but that market is infinitely larger horizontally than it will ever possibly be in a vertical sense, because there's erosion of the edges of the geospatial market for precisely all the reasons that people are talking about on this webinar, is that there will always be people that start on the subject matter side and learn just enough about geospatial. So I think from my perspective, we should celebrate that geospatial is going into programs like data science. We should celebrate that it's going into business programs anywhere that we can celebrate that, because those are the types of disruptive things that will unlock the future growth of the geospatial workforce market. And instead of, David's exactly right when he says it's hard for a program to get excited about a couple thousand job openings. I was looking again when I was looking up numbers last night. I hear geospatial, the urgency around geospatial sometimes compared to a profession like nursing and the shortage of nurses in the US. there are 656,000 openings for nurses right now in the United States. And there's 4,000 for the word geospatial. Now, we can do some wordsmithing with our search terms and stuff, but those are orders of magnitude different in terms of the demand for those types of jobs. And so what I'm saying is if you go this direction, you get to much, much larger numbers, not only quickly, but over time, it becomes even a bigger market for geospatial skills, wherever they might be. But it requires us to not be vertical, but be horizontal in our thinking. There will always be those jobs, but as Sandra noted, geodetic jobs are just, I mean, if somebody wanted a guaranteed job for life, study that, because you're going to get a job somewhere somehow, because the supply side is just so small.
Kevin?
Oh, yeah, let me just add a comment. It actually addresses, all the way from Patricia and David and Aaron's comments. I mean, and you can disagree with me, which I'd love to have a discussion, but I would posit this, what we've seen over the last 10 years anyhow, is really the growth of the introduction of people with coding skills and data science skills into the geospatial arena, because of all the opportunities that are involved with creating things that are marketable products with all the data that's coming available. With that, getting back to the comment of, I think back all the way to Patricia, which she said, it's like, I would say that from both the industry perspective, you're creating products, you're hiring people who can code to create something. It's a lot easier to test the explicit knowledge of somebody with those skills than it is to understand whether they know anything about the implicit knowledge of geospatial. And they're very different. It's much harder to test people's understanding because it is so ingrained in what they know and understand about the world, the technology. So you get people hired not because, I mean, if they just write geospatial on their resume, it's like, okay, you check the box. But if they can't code, then you'll know it really fast, because the standards and the technical understanding and the language is the language about it is easy to evaluate. It's much harder to evaluate geospatial. So anyhow, you're getting, and it's ultimately, get back to my earlier comments. Ultimately, we've got to promote some of the work like that David was talking about getting programs within academia that are interdisciplinary, and that takes willingness. I mean, there's got to be motivation, because it doesn't happen just because people say it. You've got to have a champion on the inside who at the academic level in the department is willing to go and fight for creating this interdisciplinary program that nobody else understands. And I've seen it many times, and I think David could probably comment to it. It's good to see like Wisconsin and some other people across, but it's across the academic component have gone to bat for that. But it's a long, hard struggle. But I think that's one of the things that's going to ultimately get us much higher quality, more opportunities, and people actually coming out of higher education.
Barb, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, I do. And you guys, I think it'll be maybe a little stream of consciousness here. And then I'll get to the point which might at least put a little bit different twist than what we just heard, because, the University of Buffalo for a long time has really been trying to kind of get an interdisciplinary program together, likely funded by the Academy. And it's just hard. There is such technical depth in these other disciplines that then to kind of somehow bring it together, you come away thinking that the whole science is being watered down. So folks might want to comment on that, but let's go back. It was 7th grade, so for me, this is likely before everybody else in the room was even born. But in New York State, it was New York State history. That was your 7th grade history. And I have to tell you, it was geography and it was geospatial. You know, it was the construction of the Erie Canal and what that did for the development. And it really was much later that I realized I never liked history, but why I loved 7th grade history was because of geography. And I think things fall apart. So that goes back to some of the comments earlier about early, primary and secondary education, is we start dissecting things so soon versus when we're really young to get us into these discipline tracks versus looking at things in a much more interdisciplinary fashion young, because I actually think children, humans, are natural integrators. And it gets knocked out of us at some point in time, largely, I think, because of the educational system that we've got. That's one point. Number 2, and I wish he was still online. I saw him early on in the webinar, but I had an opportunity to spend some time with Hamid Ala Mohammed from Clark University before coming back down here to Florida in the fall. And, he's gone into this new institute. One of the first things he did was go to all the other departments just to find out who's using remote sensing, who's using geospatial in these other disciplines. So he kind of took the responsibility on to be an integrator there. And it was amazing. One, most of them didn't even know this new center had been stood up. Most of them certainly didn't know that there were others in the department that were using technologies. And so for me, that kind of then goes back to Dave's intervention about how hard it is to establish and change curricula in universities. Let's just say that, but maybe the same as in high schools. I don't know. And so are we approaching it wrong? Because does it have to go back to Aaron's comment about in geospatial is in everything else? So are we taking the wrong track? Is it a responsibility of us as geographers to do a better job either reaching out to these other disciplines or somehow marshaling them and thinking about putting curricula in their programs as compared to these standalone programs? And then I'll stop by saying, while I totally agree with the interdisciplinary approach, I said that from my 7th grade experience, that the Earth is an integrated system, our whole rebranding effort, but somehow the message isn't getting across. And so do we have to meet people where they are, not where they want to be, and is where they are in these silos that just have got to become more permeable, but maybe we as geographers could play an effective role in creating more permeable boundaries. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Hey, this is Sander. I just like to build on your comments there. There's a couple things. Right now with the speed of technology and things moving so fast, one of the things that we have to do, and this is something within NGA and other disciplines, is we have to change our culture. We can't hire people that already have the experiences and that are ready to go. We've got to spend more time training. We've got to set up training programs so that we hire people that have the capacity to learn. They have certain skill sets that we're looking for, but once we get them, then we have to establish a good career path and a good training program to get them where we need them to go. The institutions that we have established existing pipelines already, we circle back and give them feedback. For instance, George Mason provides a wealth of students to our programs. Penn State, wealth of students to our programs. If there's something that's missing from students that are coming from those institutions, we have existing partnerships where we can have that discussion with them to say, hey, you might want to add this particular piece that we're not seeing from your students. That's feedback that we could provide those institutions. But one of the things we have to look at is we're going to have to meet people where they are. We hire them, we train them, and also part of the co-op program that I was talking about, we're not just looking at high schoolers, we're looking at mid-career. So we're looking at the other group of folks that are out there. For instance, people that work in the hotel industry, people that have regular jobs that work in the grocery stores, but they have an aptitude to learn. And those are the folks that we can also look at that group of people and start bringing them into, bring them into the process. But we just have to establish strong training programs that enable them to learn. Over.
Thank you very much, Sander. And thank you so much to the panel, Barb, Aaron, Sander, David. This has been a really interesting discussion. My hand hurts from taking notes, but we are at time. So it's 12:30 now. We're going to break for lunch, and then we'll be back at 1:30 Eastern time. So thank you very much.
afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to session 2 of the GGSC fall meeting on the Geospatial Workforce Crisis. My name is Elizabeth Root, and I'll be moderating this session this afternoon. I am a deputy director at the Institute for Disease Modeling at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And prior to that, I was a professor of geography and epidemiology at The Ohio State University. In the next session, we will hear from 5 speakers on the challenges to the future of the geospatial workforce. Each speaker is going to speak for about 10 minutes, and after all 5 speakers have presented, we will have about 20 minutes of questions from the committee or the webcast audience, and a broader discussion with all 5 of our panelists. Our first speaker is David Brostoon, Director of the National Geospatial Directorate at the US Geological Survey. David has executive responsibility over the 2 largest science centers at USGS, the Earth Resources Observation and the Science Center, EROS, which includes oversight over both the USGS Landsat satellite operations and science activities, and the National Geospatial Technical Operations Center, which is the USGS's operational center for their modern topographic mapping mission. I'm going to turn it over to David for his presentation.
Great, thank you. I'm just got to get my video started here. There we go. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. It's a pleasure participating in this important National Academies event. I want to begin with a brief walk down my memory lane, actually. So I entered the geospatial workforce 35 years ago, back in March of 1988, working as a GIS technician for an aerial photo and mapping company in Old Town, Maine.
David, I'm sorry to interrupt. We can't see your video. All it says is your name. So I'm wondering, flip it back off and on again. There you are. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, let me try that. Okay, very good. So as I mentioned, I started my my career back in Old Town, Maine, as a GIS technician. And in those days, the company consulted with a variety of customers, with our primary focus being natural resource management throughout New England. It was an exciting time to be in still the early days of digital mapping, and it was amazing, all of the experiences that I had, and in so many different applications, including performing land cover classification from satellite imagery, or digitizing paper maps to produce a statewide GIS database from satellite imagery, or applying geospatial technology for transportation corridor routing. The biggest concern that our customers had was they just needed solutions to their challenges. The geospatial industry was small, and geospatial data analysis and digital mapping were considered very specialized services using complex, difficult to learn, and in many cases, command line driven image processing, or GIS software. If any of you remember or were involved in it back in those days, there were no pick list menus or things like that. So fast forwarding to modern times, where the use of geospatial data and analysis has diversified and integrated into so many industries and science disciplines, many organizations, large and small, that have a need for geospatial data and analysis have at least some ability to support it with internal resources. As we all know, these days, geospatial data is used as input for complex modeling, interactive 3D visualization, as a foundation for innovative artificial intelligence applications. And in many ways, we are only really beginning to conceive. So, of course, everyone on the planet with a smartphone utilizes geospatial search routines and AI applications without even realizing it. So this once a niche industry has expanded into a complex web of diversified geospatial service organizations, large and small, where continuous innovation is required to keep up with the pace of emerging technologies. This revolution in data capture, management, and analytics has resulted in the need for the geospatial workforce to become more technically capable, versatile, and innovative than ever before. With respect to the U.S. Geological Survey, every one of our mission areas, from ecosystems and natural hazards to water resources and energy and minerals, have scientists with geospatial and remote sensing expertise. The core science mission area that my program is part of, the National Geospatial Directorate, is dedicated to producing foundational, national, and geospatial products and services, including Landsat satellite imagery and land cover science and next generation topographic mapping products. In the last 7 years, the workforce at the National Geospatial Directorate's Technical Operations Center has witnessed a turnover of 65% of our workforce of nearly 200 federal employees there. Major impacts included the loss of highly qualified and experienced staff, as well as the institutional knowledge of how and why they conducted their work, particularly when dealing with ongoing or legacy projects. However, the turnover also provided opportunities for existing employees to compete for more senior level positions and leadership roles, and the opportunity to acquire new talent with modern educational training and skill sets. The technology driving the geospatial data my organization provides has evolved dramatically over the last 15 years. And with that, the skills and knowledge of our workforce has had to stand one step ahead of it. For topographic mapping work, the cartographers thus were once focused on things like cartographic design, data conversion, manual editing, have had to sharpen and expand their skills with training in GIS architecture and database management, SQL, Python, and JavaScript programming. We're also encouraged, though, to see more and more of the recent students coming out of the universities and colleges with geospatial-related degrees already having some experience in these skill sets when applying for entry-level positions in our organization. Regarding remote sensing technologies, there are a myriad of them out there, from airborne and spaceborne platforms to miniature UAV sensors. And the USGS nationwide 3D elevation program relies on LiDAR sensors for most or all of the terrestrial and bathymetric mapping products that we publish. So data generated from our Landsat satellites require a variety of geospatial skill sets, including modern approaches to multi-sensor integration, feature classification, which is evolving rapidly with advances in neural networks and deep learning. And so while we see a variety of expertise levels for early career employees, for USGS products that must meet established standards, we provide extensive in-house training in the established methods. Research-focused positions typically require employees with advanced degrees and skills in specific geospatial disciplines. We also look for candidates that have specialized experience in applying geospatial technology in areas including climate change, wildfire support, natural hazards, and many other areas. So switching gears, the process and requirements for applying to federal positions can be confusing and daunting to many candidates, particularly those that are accustomed to the expedited application process on some commercial job hunting sites. So while I haven't seen a real shortage of applicants when hiring entry-level positions at USGS, we have experienced small applicant pools for more senior level positions, even when recruiting outside of government. Another pressing issue is the time it takes for government to process job applications, conduct panel interviews, and select a candidate, and then finally establish their start date. It can be on the order of 6 to 9 months. So with the geospatial industry seeing such rapid growth, it's not uncommon for candidates to receive other offers while waiting decisions on federal government positions. We certainly can't fault candidates if they are unable to wait it out for the government hiring process to make selections. Last year, I actually received a message from an early career applicant that they had applied for an entry-level position in our organization just a week prior to contacting me, and were concerned that they hadn't heard anything back yet. So, the position announcement hadn't actually closed at that point. So naturally, I felt obligated to respond, and providing them an explanation of how the federal government hiring process works, and that it can be lengthy, and that I appreciated their interest in the position and encouraged them to be patient. We've also observed a few trends over the last 5 years or so when hiring early career candidates. As we all know, the work environment changed unexpectedly with the pandemic. So some job seekers became accustomed to and are committed to working remotely. With a high demand in geospatial skills, it's not uncommon for them to still find jobs that enable that. While the federal workforce has opportunities for working remotely, there are limits and restrictions on what we can do. One example, a year or so ago in one of our centers, we had a large pool of applicants for an entry-level position. And although the top candidate was located within the commuting area of the center, ultimately they declined the position, not because they had another job offer, but because it did not offer a remote work option, even though it was stated in the job announcement that it was an on-site position. Lastly, as I mentioned, hiring into the federal government can take a long time, and many career government employees feel that public service is a calling. And while many still dedicate their career to it, we're seeing increased departures with early career employees who prefer to work a few years in one job and then are ready to try something different. A study sponsored by Axios earlier this year found that just 14% of Gen Zers said they want to spend most of their career in the government and nonprofit sectors. Fortunately, many of them are also interested in STEM careers. So our challenge is just like that in the private sector. More than ever, we need to embrace this reality and provide employees at all levels reason to pursue and stay in the federal government. Reasons including job stability, life balance, mentoring and career-long opportunities for development and training. This is especially important given the rapidly expanding geospatial industry and the large number of retirements in the federal workforce, both now and in the foreseeable future. So for me personally, the primary reason I entered the federal workforce after 22 years in the geospatial private industry was the impact I could make on implementing geospatial programs at the national and even global level. So those are my initial comments I wanted to share with you all today. And thank you, and I look forward to the panel discussion.
Thank you so much for that. Really wonderful thoughts. The next speaker is Anthony Spicci, Executive Director of the GIS Certification Institute. Anthony is an active member of the Missouri GIS Advisory Committee, National States Geographic Information Council, Mid-America GIS Consortium, and a past member of the National Geospatial Advisory Committee and the Missouri Geographic Names Board. With that, I would like to hand it over to Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I really enjoy this discussion because I think it's really pertinent to what we're doing in the GIS with the GISCI. I do have some slides. Can those be shown, or I can see them here myself on my computer, so I could just roll with those if that's not.
So if you would like to share them, you're more than welcome to share the screen and share slides.
Okay. Is everybody able to see those?
Yes. He's doing it.
So again, just a little bit about me. My background was originally in state government, where I worked for close to 30 years. And then I've worked with within the fire service and urban search and rescue communities for another 35. So I have a lot of experience as a user. But recently I started in my role as the executive director of the GIS Certification Institute. And so it's given me a very different perspective on the workforce, but it's allowed me to see, a different side of it. So I guess I've been able to see a couple different angles, and it's very interesting to see how the last few years have evolved. And so I think one of the questions, or one of the challenges really, is, how do we define what a geospatial professional is, right? Because we've seen so many changes in the last couple of years within the industry, and indeed, really, our industry's always been kind of in a state of change and constant growth. And I think it's very fair to say that we've done a good job of defining what the profession is, right? Self-awareness, unique body of knowledge, and those types of things. But the question to me always becomes, how do we define a geospatial professional? How do we define somebody working within that profession, really in the context of something that's so broad? And so from the perspective of the GISCI, we kind of focus professionalism within the geospatial field in a couple different areas in a couple different ways. And really, it starts with the body of knowledge. We base our exam and our program on the GIS-MT body of knowledge. And I think that's a universally accepted body of knowledge for the geospatial profession that hopefully most, if not all folks, kind of agree upon as the basis of the profession. And really, if you take a look at that, you can see there's a lot of words there that you can't see on the screen, and even I can't see on the screen. It's very broad, right? It's very wide, and there's a lot to it. And today we talked about some of the advancing technologies such as AI and application development and the like. But at the end of the day, there are a lot of things that should be common to all the work that we do, whether it is in scripting, whether it's in geospatial intelligence or GeoInt, there are some unifying aspects of our profession and what goes on behind it that I think are critical and central to that core. And so to that extent, we've developed out a blueprint that really looks at 10% of that geospatial body of knowledge. And that's kind of what we think all geospatial professionals should kind of know and understand. And so when you look at our criteria for professionalism and becoming a GIS professional, at least a certified one, we look at somebody with 4 years of full-time geospatial experience. We look at somebody that's got education, experience, and they've contributed back to the profession. So that's our portfolio. They have to know and understand that 10% slice of the body of knowledge that we test against. That's our exam blueprint. So they have to take and pass the exam. And then they have to agree to abide by a geospatial code of ethics. I'm not going to tell you that's the best definition out there. That's the one we have, and we're always looking to make it better. So if nothing else, it's a good opportunity for us to invite you all to kind of contribute back to that process at a later date and tell us what you think. But I bring this up because what I'm about to tell you about, I think from a challenge perspective, is based on these requirements. And so when we look at the geospatial workforce and how it's evolving today, the big takeaway I've heard from a lot of our employer friends is they're really struggling to recruit and retain qualified geospatial professionals, right? And so part of that, of course, is being able to define what a geospatial professional is. But in that context, when we test our folks, we test them against a blueprint. And again, our blueprint, it's in 45 what are called KSA, knowledge, skill, ability areas. Again, pulled off the geospatial body of knowledge. When we take those 45 KSAs that really, like I said, kind of center on the 10% of that and put them into these knowledge categories. And in the last couple of years since I've been involved, when we administer our test and get our results back, the 3 areas where folks do the worst, so the lowest scores that we have, are not in these last 3, which I would argue are contemporary, but rather they're in the first 3, right? Conceptual foundations, geospatial fundamentals, cartography, and visualization. I would argue that's the cornerstone of our profession. And yet those are the 3 categories where we're seeing the lowest score. And the score itself is actually below the passing mark. So people are passing their exam. They're being carried by those other subjects that are getting them across the finish line. And so what are those items? So I put a star by those 3 categories, and that's what they break down into. And so we're not looking at earth-shattering concepts here. We're looking at some very basic things: datums and coordinate systems, earth geometry and the like, spatial data relationships, understanding graphic representations and the like. And I think this is a huge issue because, again, it doesn't really matter what aspect our field you're involved with, right? If you're doing AI, if you're doing drone surveillance work, if you're just digitizing features, if you don't know and understand some of these very, very simple concepts, how are you going to be able to function in our profession at a professional level? And so I think this is one of the biggest crises that we're seeing right now in the workforce, is that we just don't have a way, or we're not preparing folks for that geospatial workforce in those key areas. And so, what are the things that we've seen at the GISCI, and what are the things that I'm seeing, anecdotally through our partners in the GISCI? Well, one of the biggest things is that, experience and expertise in software does not translate to expertise in geospatial science. There are a lot of folks that are very, very good with software, but they really don't understand what's going on underneath the hood, so to speak, right? And so I think that's a huge issue, and we kind of touched on that a little bit this morning. It reminds me a little bit of what I think is required reading, How to Lie with Maps. I think a lot of folks are unintentionally lying if they're performing analysis and they don't really understand what analysis they're performing, right? As long as the computer gives them the results that they want, and they go ahead and publish that to me is a central issue. And I've seen that a lot in my career with the state of Missouri. Folks would just press the buttons, take the data, and present it. And they didn't know how to analyze the results. They didn't know how to question the results. And they really didn't know how to do that, data QA/QC. Experience does not equal fundamental knowledge. Again, a lot of folks have that experience with the software, but they don't have experience with the geospatial science itself. we know that it's not realistic for our young professionals to leave college with all the knowledge that they need, right? And so there's a knowledge gap. And I don't think a lot of folks know how to fill that knowledge gap. They don't necessarily know what those next steps are when they get out of college for a variety of reasons. One of which, I think there's not a lot of good mentoring programs in the industry, especially because a lot of folks expect, their employees to be workforce ready and start focusing in on the specific tasks that they've been hired to do. There's not necessarily an incentive for them to get other knowledge in other areas. And I think the other thing too is, our industry has changed so much in 30 years, which when you think about it is a very short time for a profession. When I started, 30 years ago, back in the age of the dinosaurs, we had digitizing tablets, right? We didn't have the ability to download data. So we had to create it ourselves. And that required us to ask a lot of questions, right? We were creating the data. We understood the idea of setting up the projection system and the transformation and the like. So when today you can get all that done for you, it kind of removes some of that data intimacy, right? I think a lot of folks just make an assumption that because they bought the data or downloaded the data on the internet, it's good data, right? Well, why should we question the data? Because it's free or because it's available. And again, so I think maybe for lack of a better term, skepticism. We had a lot of skepticism in the old days because not everything worked right. And we had to work really hard to make it work right. And it's not anybody's fault, but that's just the way the industry's gone. And I don't think we've done a good job of teaching that. And so I think the result of all this is a lack of what I would call fully educated professionals that are entering the workforce. I know there's another panel, but I do think there are opportunities here. And so I just want to throw them out real briefly. And really, I think the opportunity is we just have to find a way to bridge that gap, right? We have to help folks with the knowledge gap and help them move forward. And I think there's a couple key things that we need to do to help make that happen. We really need to give, obviously, mentoring advice and advice towards building one's portfolio in terms of education experience. But I think the other thing is we're not seeing a lot of young folks being active or being present in our profession. That's a key to moving our profession forward. It's participation in the profession. It's that professional development, but it's also, the ability to network, help other folks move forward, and be a part of processes like this one here today. And so I hope when we get to that panel, we'll spend some time talking about that. That's something that we're working on right now. It's kind of dividing that or devising a pathway to help move folks forward. And, I think it really starts with an understanding of what the profession is, building some self-awareness, and then working forward and helping fill those gaps. So with that, I will turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Anthony. I think the challenges you've discussed reinforce much of the discussion that we had this morning about a critical lack of sort of critical thinking in the field, which is foundational for the workforce. Our next speaker is Reginald Archer, Associate Professor of Applied GIS at the Tennessee State University. Reginald directs the Geospatial Graduate Certificate Program and the Geospatial Research and Analysis Lab at TSU. Welcome, Reginald.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So far, some really great points I've heard in terms of some of the challenges. I'm going to come at it from my own experience and academic experience. As was mentioned, so I'm at Tennessee State University. I also teach, aside from the GIS certificate program, I teach fundamentals of GIS for undergraduates and have taught GIS at a couple of different institutions, as well as workshops internationally. And so I have a background in surveying and mapping and civil engineering, but also a PhD in geography, as well as a GISP. And I've been teaching for over 10 years, but have been in the discipline since the last century, let's say. And I serve on several different committees: EPA Advisory Board for EJ Screen, that's a GIS-based environmental justice screening tool, as well as the HBCU Environmental Justice Technical Team with other GIS colleagues who have backgrounds in geography, economic geography, medical geography, engineering, and Tennessee Mapping Advisory Committee, as well as the president of the National Association of Geoscience Teachers. So it's just a little bit of some of the things that I'm involved in. And I mentioned those because it sort of informs my approach to educating students from a variety of lenses, and as much as I can do that. But there's only one of me and very few of us in academia overall who are thinking about the full complement of GIS knowledge, content, and skills that, like Tony was mentioning, that is needed in order to enter the GIS profession and succeed and sustain in the GIS profession. So even as students matriculate through the GIS programs, we tend to see skills gaps, as was mentioned, especially related to emerging technologies, big data, cloud computing, rapidly changing technology. Many of our students graduate in fields that are not specific to GIS. And so their core domain knowledge is not in GIS or even geographic knowledge. There's a lack of diversity. The workforce is not as diverse as the general population. And it's really hard to monetize how much more graduates will make or will earn or they'll be able to earn if they have GIS skills versus not having those skills, as some of their colleagues or classmates may graduate without having taken a GIS course or something like that. I had class just before this session, and I was asking my students, and so it's a GIS class for environmental science students, and I was asking them, what do they think the challenges are? And almost unanimously, they all responded, I didn't even know what this was. I didn't know what GIS was. I never heard of GIS until I had to take this class. And so that's already a problem. GIS is, it's not an industry that's widely advertised as a profession or an industry. So students may not be aware of opportunities available to them unless they are specifically get into that particular major, which sometimes they don't discover until they get into college. And so this is for, specifically thinking of, college related students. And for the most part, we have to promote and sell the idea of being in the GIS profession to the students. But the students don't always understand the value of GIS and how it can be applied in their lives. So there's sort of this cultural and societal relevance that is missing as well. So I try to help them connect the dots between the foundational concepts of GIS and connecting that to the software, the tutorials, and really having them think about how does this connect to their daily activities. Ask questions like, what did you eat today? Or where'd the food come from? How did it get there? Where's it going? And those kinds of questions that are spatial questions, but to get them thinking about how GIS can be applied. And asking questions about how they get to campus. And when I ask those questions, I can then dive into how GIS can enable some of those activities and how they can start to use the tools to think about how to answer questions or even how to ask some questions. But in our case, we may only have a single course or a few courses in a non-GIS discipline or major. And that doesn't really prepare students for the GIS workforce on day one, because they'll be missing some of that core knowledge. Well, they might have core knowledge in their specific discipline like agriculture or environmental sciences or some other field. They might even have the skills to use desktop GIS or something like that. But, the industry is moving towards data science, and, our curriculum is not adapting fast enough to meet those demands. It takes time, it takes resources. It may even depend on the availability of faculty and instructors with those necessary skills. Sometimes we have faculty that are teaching a GIS course that only learn GIS course on their own, maybe during their dissertation research or something like that, in order to apply it to their work. And they have a specific skill set in the GIS realm, and they teach around those skills. And that may be the breadth and depth of the knowledge that the students gather from those instructors. And so there are plenty of demands in government and industry that are not necessarily communicated to academia either. For example, companies and agencies that are, they're not necessarily coming to my environmental sciences program looking for GIS hires. But when we hear from some agency professionals who do come and they're saying, you know, our students you're graduating students, we're hiring them at a particular agency, let's say USGS or USDA or any of the sub agencies within those fields, for example. And they say, but, you know, it'd be better if they had some GIS skills. And so how can we build a program to get them those skills? And then that requires talking to administration and the higher ups, the deans and department chairs. Should we build a curriculum around this? Do we have the resources, the facilities to be able to do that? So we want to be able to strengthen students' critical thinking skills in the geospatial context. And not all educators have the background knowledge to teach those concepts. They could be coming from other disciplines and again, learning it on their fly. The other thing that it seems, while there are those technical gaps, you know, for example, we don't necessarily teach coding, but some jobs require programming skills. They also require some other skills, some soft skills. And GIS is not always a team sport. You sit in front of a computer, you work on some data, and you know, not everybody gets to work in the context of shared data or enterprise systems, and that can be challenging as well. Using GIS as a communication tool, you know, communicate issues and potential solutions through maps and visualizations. So strong communication and teamwork skills should be encouraged, and our courses are not always set up to do that. The learning outcomes may not include communicating effectively with clients or colleagues or other stakeholders outside of the classroom. And another challenge is that, you know, textbooks, tutorials, you know, they have some pretty nice clean data sets. They're not usually representative of the real world. And so students may struggle with understanding how GIS applies to different disciplines and anything outside of the textbook or outside of a tutorial or outside of that clean data set when they have to, you know, make their own observations and collect data and bring them into the map and then do something with that data in the map and do some analysis and interpret that analysis and create a visualization to communicate that. You know, there's a lot of steps in between, a lot of understanding that we need to bring to the table. And students don't always pick up on that. And they still ask those questions. Well, how is this going to help me in the future? Am I going to be using this? Am I going to be doing this? I'm not going to have necessarily a GIS job, but I'm picking up these GIS skills. And so, you know, then it falls on me again to communicate why it will be helpful. So, you know, the emerging technology, the emerging science trends, AI, data analysis, machine learning, all those things can be challenging for students. Sometimes students come into the classroom and say, you know, I'm not good with computers. Well, we're already starting at, you know, a very, very low bar if that's the case. But we can get through that. But even just understanding metadata, how to assess data provenance, how to think about, you know, how was this data collected, or how do I need to collect data and report that metadata? How do I need to store that so that it's accessible for people to understand the validity, the quality, the reliability of the data? Those are some things that don't come out when there's some individual courses and individual programs. And so the full comprehensive GIS suite, if you will, is important. So, you know, as an academic, I'm concerned with the students and their foundational knowledge, the content, the skills. We know GIS can be complex, sometimes difficult to learn, especially for students with no prior experience in computer programming or spatial analysis. But they're not. It's not that we can't overcome those. But sometimes spatial data is often abstract, and that can be a challenge as well. We have hands-on projects that require students to collect and analyze data, visualize spatial data. Sometimes it's time-consuming, and students don't want to put in the time to do those things. Or maybe it's not that exciting for some students. And so that, again, presents a challenge. Do I want to do this? Do I want to continue to do this after I leave school, after I graduate? And the field is constantly evolving. Some students get frustrated trying to keep up with the latest software. For example, in some institutions, we have different versions and different levels of GIS being taught, even at the same institution. And those different departments and areas may not even be interacting with each other's curriculum. One student in one course might be operating in a bootleg version of ArcMap, and another in QGIS, and another in an enterprise ArcGIS online system, all at the same institution, and they're not really communicating with each other. And so a common curriculum, speaking the same language across a campus and could be challenging, but again, I think that's something that that we can direct people towards, moving in that direction, towards some common curriculum that gets them to that full understanding of GIS, a comprehensive understanding. Some students get the latest and greatest, while others may not, and then they get left behind when it comes to job opportunities. So this all comes down to being able to. Sometimes it's a hard sell, not only to the GIS, to the students, but to the administration and curriculum committees. We have to get their buy-in. Why is this important? Why is this relevant? If we don't have that GIS major or minor, then connecting students to internships and jobs in a competitive environment is also challenging. So connections, relationships, all these things that are sort of GIS concepts apply in trying to get students connected to these jobs as well. Why should they be concerned with gaining experiences and in a variety of GIS applications when there's a wide variety of industries that they may not be interested in? So we as instructors and trainers, we need to keep our skills up to date, but we need to also be ready to teach students. Now, and I'll stop here. I wanted to also mention that these are just some of the challenges, and I wanted to also mention I think I mentioned this earlier. There's also the challenge of diversity in the field, in the industry, and students don't see themselves in the industry. They may think maybe this industry is not necessarily for me. So these are just some of the several challenges faced by educators and some of the students: lack of connection with industry, inadequate funding for technology and resources, difficulty balancing the academic work and professional development, and challenges in teaching a wide range of GIS skills. For example, I teach many of the courses in our programs, so they get Dr. Archer's GIS, and I don't think that's right for a lot of students. I might be good, but I'm not that good. And so there's a need for better ways to assess student learning, and of course, we always need more funding to support GIS research and attracting and retaining GIS students, not only in the jobs, but in the programs at school is also a challenge because they're not aware of the job market and not confident necessarily in their ability to find a job. So I'll stop there, and hopefully we get to talk some more during the discussion.
Thank you so much, Reginald, for sharing those perspectives on the challenges of building and adapting university curriculums and preparing our students. It's such a dynamic workforce out there, and it's tough to keep up. Our next speaker is Angela Lee, Director of Education Solutions at Esri. Angela leads outreach to educators, students, and administrators, and promotes a geographic approach to learning and problem solving. Welcome, Angela.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you to the Academy for this opportunity to speak with you. So, are you all seeing my slides?
Yes, we can see them.
Okay, excellent. So, in my role at Esri, we advise educators on what to include in their curriculum. In the geospatial technology competency model here, these would be the industry-wide technical competencies, the cross-cutting geospatial abilities and knowledge. It's actually surprisingly difficult to wrap our arms around the industry-wide competencies, in part because, as we've heard, it's challenging to define this geospatial industry. It's also difficult to wrap our arms around the industry-wide competencies because the technology is evolving so quickly. At Esri, we've been talking about modern GIS for a few years now and the need to update curricula around web GIS. For example, data services rather than shapefiles, and apps rather than paper maps. So how do those changes affect the core concepts of a geospatial curriculum? Do I still need to teach topology? Should I teach user experience design as well as cartographic design? What even are the core concepts for AI? Another challenge is that the potential applications of GIS are vast. And ideally, a potential employee will need knowledge in a domain such as urban development or health or natural resources, in addition to that cross-cutting geospatial knowledge. So with so many potential careers, what truly are the core things people need to know? What does a surveyor need to know? What does a market analyst for a retail company need to know? What does a public safety professional need to know? And to what depth do they need to know these? Do they need to know those things? Through that lens, can we actually have a core curriculum? I think it's an interesting debate. What really fits in a core curriculum at this point? What gets absorbed in data literacy or graphic literacy instead of GIS core curriculum? And as there is more pressure for shorter programs of study like certificates, how will students gain both the geospatial and the domain-specific knowledge and skills? Another challenge that I see and that several people have mentioned is that although geography is seen as a core area of learning in the geospatial technology competency model, it's here as an academic competency. Although it's listed along with reading, writing, and math, those other skills get a significant head start. Students start developing literacy in language and math at age 3 or 4, but most aren't introduced to geography or spatial literacy until much later. So it's no surprise that their awareness of geospatial is less developed when they start thinking about career paths. But perhaps the biggest challenge I see is inertia. And I mean inertia in the US educational system that is still largely based on an industrial model of everyone learning a set of content rather than critical thinking, interpersonal, and communication skills that can be applied to any content area. Again, these are the workplace and personal effective competencies in the GTCM. They're often called soft skills, although they can be difficult to acquire. And they're also the things that will be difficult for AI to acquire. So perhaps that's some consolation that if we can focus on learning those skills, we can future-proof our careers to some degree. Another feature of industrial education is that content is divided into separate topics such as reading, math, geography, science, with each topic covered in a linear progression. It's certainly easier to teach and learn things in a linear manner. It's easier to isolate cause and effect and to measure progress. However, geospatial technology requires systems thinking, which will require changing our educational practices. And creating systemic change in education will take time, and people can be impatient. There is no single path to a solution. We need to address several factors simultaneously. Several people have mentioned a need to provide more geospatial education in K-12. As David mentioned, it's an extremely challenging time in K-12 education. Rather than teach GIS per se in middle schools and high schools, at Esri, we're primarily trying to bring maps and geospatial into other topics, into history and environmental science and civics. To Barb Ryan's earlier point, we naturally think holistically until we're trained to do otherwise. One thing that the Esri education team is doing to support geospatial in K-12 education is partnering with the National Geographic Society and National Geographic Learning on an updated version of the National Geographic MapMaker tool. MapMaker combines a lightweight web app with curated content and learning resources that support existing standards-based middle school and high school curricula. The learning resources we're creating will appear first in National Geographic Learning's biology and American history programs. And as it happens, MapMaker officially launches tomorrow on GIS Day. So the scheduling of this meeting was very fortuitous. I hadn't actually originally planned to talk about MapMaker today, but since K-12 education has been mentioned several times already, I thought it would be relevant. So back to the idea of integrative thinking. Despite the inertia in educational systems, many students recognize the value of integrative and holistic thinking, and these students are choosing interdisciplinary fields of study, such as climate or sustainability, because they want to solve problems that matter to them. Again, this idea has been raised by several people. Students today are not going into finance. They're choosing sustainability majors. They want to do things that matter. And so to me, the fact that geospatial technology is always changing and the potential applications are so vast also make the field exciting. Although they present challenges to preparing a workforce, they can be good challenges that motivate us. Good work that requires effort is usually more rewarding than taking the path of least resistance. And my hope is that people find geospatial careers rewarding. Thank you. Back to you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Angela. That was full of hope. And I appreciate the view of the excitement. I think many of us in the room agree that this is a really exciting time for geospatial sciences. We have one more speaker this evening, or afternoon. Our final speaker is Seth Spielman, Director and Principal Data Scientist in the Core Search and AI group at Microsoft. Seth is an award-winning author, geographer, data scientist, and former professor whose work focuses on measurement of complex social and spatial phenomenon. Welcome, Seth.
Thanks for having me. Let me see if I can work Zoom. Awesome. Yeah, it's really fun to be here. I enjoyed the conversation this morning. My finger was sort of hovering on the mute button, but I wasn't sure what the penalty was for heresy. So I've decided to sort of save my remarks until this part of the meeting. And so it's really interesting to be invited to talk about the geospatial workforce crisis, and in particular, some of the challenges. And in thinking about this, for me, one of the fundamental questions is there a geospatial workforce? That is, I think that the term is really broad. I think we've all alluded to the fact that geospatial is a very broad domain. But I think there's a lack of differentiation in that term. And I think the lack of differentiation can kind of inhibit the conversation about the geospatial workforce. I think it can inhibit educational programs. I think it can inhibit career growth for people within organizations. I think it can make hiring hard. I think it can make retention hard. So I think it's really important for us to think about what the geospatial workforce actually is and to sort of lean into its various camps. I'll sort of skip this, but this is all Seth opinion. There's no data here. And so my opinion is really focused on my experience, which is being a university professor, working at Apple Maps and on AI applications at Microsoft, and then doing a lot of research and also collaborating a lot with federal agencies on spatial things. So my opinion is this. It's that the geospatial workforce actually has within it three sort of distinct camps, and that it's important to recognize those camps and to sort of factor them into our thinking about the development of this domain, both as a scientific domain and as a kind of workforce domain. So the first camp is the maps and data camp. These are people who interact with GIS software, who go out into the field and sort of collect data. A lot of sort of traditional GIS education is sort of in this camp. Then there's kind of the data science camp. These are people, I'm calling these model and analysis. These are people who use sort of math and models to reason over geospatial data to generate insights. And then there's the sort of software and pipelines camp. These are people who help, who build applications that use geospatial data, and also people who help wrangle, there's just this massive amount of data out there in the world. And it's a real art and science in terms of sort of getting that into a sort of usable state and making sure that the plumbing that moves large amounts of data around, whether it's from satellites or from mobile phones or other kinds of things, that all of that plumbing is intact. So these three different camps, I think, have three different types of professionals within them. And I think they're all, unique, distinct, viable, and important careers. So in the maps and data camp, these are people who typically will, approach a problem with a one-off solution. They'll make a map, or they'll go out and gather a data set. These are people who do a lot of visual communication. That is when their work products are often communicated visually in the form of a map to some group of people. Then there's this group of people who are kind of the data sciencey types. That word has been thrown around a lot. They communicate their insights via like a written report with like graphs and charts and some maps, and and they tend to work in code more than software with a mouse. And that group of people has to communicate often in written words, but also with data. And then this last group of people, the sort of software and pipelines group, they're often working in a way that creates a single solution to that has many users or uses. They're often doing one thing that works globally or nationally, or tries to work globally or nationally. And the way that they work is that the code is kind of the product, right? That is, rather than writing a report and calling it done and writing a new report, or making a map and calling it done and making a new map, they're writing a code base, building an application and iterating on it over time. And these things kind of grow iteratively. And their mode of communication is usually is via people interacting with a computer. So I think these different camps, they're different careers, and they all have different pluses and minuses, right? So like, if you're somebody who likes to spend time outside, and you're a geospatial, you're interested in a geospatial career, like going into data science or software application is probably not the right move, right? People who gather data from the field or make one-off maps, people in that kind of maps and data camp, they get to spend time outside, which often makes me jealous. I like my basement, but it's sunny and nice outside. Other kinds of things, if you like to spend time doing cartographic design, software engineers, you're often building an application once and refining it, and the design piece happens once. Whereas if you're making a map every day, you're really interacting with cartographic design. If you like to write code, each of these different camps is in different places on different kinds of continuum, and different types of people have different types of proclivities, and they want different types of things out of their careers. And so recognizing these different camps, I think, helps us design educational programs, but also helps us design career paths within organizations that allow people to thrive in the kinds of things that they want to do. So I think this differentiation is important for a lot of different reasons. Finally, I guess the last continuum I'll mention in the interest of time is identity as a geospatial professional, which is, I think, among these different camps, there is a different sense of identity. So for example, people who are in that maps and data camp, people who may be GISPs, for example, have a strong identity as a geospatial professional. Whereas for data scientists or software engineers, maybe that identity as a geospatial professional isn't as great, or maybe it's declining over time as these roles get kind of blended into large organizations. I'll skip this. I do want to just end with saying that while the geospatial workforce is really diverse, and there may be a crisis, there may be challenges, I think it's also a really essential discipline. And the fact that there is a crisis, or that people's identities as geospatial professionals are declining, I think should not lead us to sort of say that geospatial stuff doesn't matter. I think that geospatial technologies and geospatial professionals are really essential for helping us understand a changing planet, a changing economy, for reasoning with problems that occur at both local, regional, national, and global scales. And while I think there may be challenges at this present moment around training and education, there's also enormous opportunity for geospatial professionals. And so I'll leave it with that. The key message being different camps, and we should make sure we're designing programs and career tracks for each of those camps. Thanks.
Thank you, Seth, for your thoughts. The committee actually had a very lively discussion about the term geospatial over lunch, and you've gave voice to much of the discussion that we actually had in the room. And it is a very challenging concept at this time. So thank you to David, Anthony, Reginald, Angela, and Seth for these wonderful talks. I now will invite additional questions for all 5 of our panelists from the committee members, who should raise their hands in Zoom if they'd like to ask a question. And for those public attendees watching on the webcast, please contribute ideas into the Slido, and we'll work those into the conversation today. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the committee for any questions that folks have. Voodoo, I knew you'd have a question.
First of all, I want to acknowledge and congratulate all the panel members for sharing your perspectives. It was amazing to see how, as a community, we are approaching the geospatial workforce issue. Seth, I resonated a lot with the perspectives that you shared. As Elizabeth mentioned during lunch, I was bringing up the same issues, but not probably as good as an articulation that you had. I called one end geography, cartography, the other end software engineers and data engineers and people in between, which I think that's what you were looking for. There may be an opportunity here because that continuum that you drew, although you had 3 icons, there are icons all along those lines, right? And maybe the opportunity here is to see how, as a discipline, we can grow interdisciplinary scientists and engineers more organically and naturally. And that may be the identity of geospatial professionals. Do you or other committee members have thoughts about that?
I certainly do. I mean, I think it's a really interesting question. And I think that, if we're talking about the federal workforce, or if we're talking about large organizations, I think it may be more viable to think about building teams of people with complementary skills. That is, having one person who can do all of these things and do them well is a very tall order, unless they want to stay in school forever. But I think thinking about how to build teams that embody those skills, I think, is incredibly valuable. I think somebody who has spent a lot of time building maps and thinking about visual communication should absolutely be sitting down with a developer who's building an app who may not have thought about it really that much at all. And so I see enormous value in building teams. I think there's this question of educational programs, especially in the geospatial domain, which is, do they want to be a kind of boutique or a department store? That is, do you want to offer a little bit of everything, right? Or do you want to kind of lean into a certain area of specialization? And I think hopefully the educational ecosystem is robust enough that we can have both boutiques and department stores, and that people can choose, the thing that fits them best.
Well, and I agree with Seth completely. The idea of a team approach is critical. I mean, that's what I did when I worked for the state of Missouri. We had different folks with different strengths or skills, but I think it all comes back to that central idea that there has to be some kind of conceptual core foundation that everybody understands, right? I mean, there is the geo part of GIS. And so even if you have computer programmers that do nothing but program with Python, if they don't really know and fully understand the geospatial concepts and spatial relationships, it puts them at a disadvantage. And, I saw that a lot in my agency, where our IT folks really felt that they had a firm grasp on GIS and that they should take a lead role in a lot of different activities. And what we found is that without that spatial awareness, their work was it was off. I mean, they knew their IT side really well, but they had no concept of the geospatial aspect or the really spatial aspect of that data. And so that's the big differentiator. And so I think as programs look towards education, it's unrealistic to think that we can teach every kid every aspect of our profession. But I think there needs to be some kind of common ground that everybody has that awareness and understanding. Because again, you know, we have that 10% that we test against. And the idea is not to make GISPs experts and, you know all the answers. You really, you know, a good professional knows all the questions, right? And knows when they need to take a step back and do some further research to understand where they're heading with a project or where they're heading with their analysis. And I think really that's the key.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Oh, Angela, go ahead.
I was just, thank you. Going to mention that not only do we not need everybody to learn everything, we also need to recognize the importance of lifelong learning, and not everybody needs to learn everything all at once. I think, you know, one of the benefits maybe of people discovering geography, you know, later in their academic careers or in their professional careers is then they have these other sets of knowledge to bring to the problems. And so, you know, realizing that we will always need to come back, that we will need to build teams of people at different stages in their careers because they'll have different sets of different sets of knowledge. I guess the key idea there is we just need to be patient. We need to build up knowledge over time and not think that everybody's going to know everything on day one.
Let me ask a question to all of you that I didn't quite think I heard in your address. So part of the challenge, I believe, is to also understand, you know, are there emerging skills and profiles of professionals that we anticipate either having the acute need for or not having the acute need for in the future, okay? Which leads to two different kinds of challenges. One is retooling, the other one is, you know, do we have enough people? I can share from my personal experience of that I in my organization, I have a research group that is focused on what I would say an emerging and flourishing area of geospatial science, which is what can you do on the edges with low-flying mobile platforms, and aka drones or UAS, whatever you want to call them. It is the only research group that I have amongst 10 that have zero diversity, no women. And the picture in our meeting is kind of an example that I am desperately looking for a little girl flying a drone in my neighborhood after Christmas. Okay. But I think it's going to become a major challenge for us maintaining a diverse workforce. I worry about it all the time. In 10 years from now, and as I see this field evolving, I only see a growth in that particular area for AI, for edge processing, data collection, analysis. But if we are do you have thoughts on, are we missing out on a trap or a landmine that we are laying in ourselves? How do we address that aspect of future workforce?
So this is, if I might just make sure I understand the question. So is the question more in regards to diversity then? Because certainly that's, in my organization, that's, and throughout federal government, that's a challenge that we're all trying to to take on. Yeah.
So diversity is one, but I give one example of the US, small US driven area. Are there similar areas that you perceive in your view that in 10 years, those will become dominant components of the industry?
I think you mentioned a little bit about artificial intelligence and deep learning and neural networks, and all of those things we're still trying to really understand what that means for our for our products and for our current and future products and services, as well as what it means for the workforce. And I think one of the challenges there is we're rapidly seeing now, artificial intelligence 2 or 3 years ago really was, from my perspective, embedded in the more senior level research that we do. And now it's becoming readily integrated in a lot of the software tools out there, which is great. But we need to make sure too that I think Tony might have mentioned that people use these tools wisely, in part because it's going to be very easy to produce products, but we need to make sure we need to be very careful with them and how they're used and understanding them. So on the diversity side, I think it ties in with everything we do from a geospatial standpoint. We've been working really diligently over the last couple of years at the USGS, trying to look for ways to increase diversity. Reginald mentioned that some of the students, diverse students, they don't even think that it's a possibility for them, or they didn't even know about the technology. We go to organizations, the conferences, the national conferences like SACNAS and ACES, which are really focused on minorities in science, and we tell them what we do, and we get them excited about what geospatial is. That's the first thing, is educating them about what is this technology and what is the capability of it, and what science disciplines and other opportunities are there for it, and really getting them excited about it, as well as identifying readily available positions that we might have in the USGS that they can apply for, that we have needs for. But it's a grassroots effort in a lot of ways. And so I don't know if I answered your question completely, but those are some initial thoughts that I have.
And I agree with David on the trap. I think one of the big traps right now, especially with AI, is an overwhelming faith and reliance that whatever we get out of the system is correct. And AI continues to learn, and part of our responsibility is to feed it so it learns things. But at the end of the day, I remember in my old command line days of running ArcInfo and ERDOS and all the programs, a lot of times there were 2 or 3 different ways to run a process or run an analysis. And so you had to kind of, try it from a couple different angles, and you had to really examine the results. And I think we as a society have become so eager to just merely click a couple buttons and just take what we get at face value. And, probably one of the best examples is the early days of some of the mapping applications, where people were put in precarious situations because their navigation system said, turn down seasonal road 101. And they said, sure, even though it's winter. As for the diversity, I'm not sure I have too much to add there, except I just think it's very important that we understand why we're not necessarily seeing the recruitment that we want to see in those areas, because that's going to help us find the solutions. Our experience in the GISCI is we see a very wide variety of folks, which I think is very good. We have a lot of international interest. And so I think we're making progress there, but if we don't have young ladies that want to fly drones, we need to ask the question why first. And that will help us solve that problem.
Go ahead, Seth.
Yeah, I guess as somebody who works pretty intimately with AI and builds AI applications, I think that there's a history to be borrowed. There's an analogy to data that can be made in the sort of geospatial community, which is that it was my experience that many people in the geospatial community sort of take data at face value. That is, you sort of get data and you use it. And there's a reluctance to engage in the kind of processes that create data because it's expensive and it's hard and people don't know how. And I think that AI sort of unguided, unconstrained is a very similar kind of thing. So I think the kinds of things that we need to do as a geospatial community to make sure AI serves the interests of people and our community is, one, have good benchmarks. That is, understand what good looks like. So you can ask AI to produce a product, but we don't know, you need to know what a good map looks like. And once you have a benchmark, you can begin to evaluate AI systems against it. And this is becoming a standard practice in industry. When you build a large-scale AI system, you have a set of benchmarks that you use to sort of measure the system against. And we don't have those kinds of benchmarks in the geospatial community. And I think those are the kinds of things, and there's a bunch of other things. This is a long topic, but simple things like that, defining what good is, would really help us, I think, make sure that AI sort of serves the interests of the geospatial community and the people who consume the products that we produce.
You know, I'd be interested to see, and Tony, you mentioned the scores and the lack of people scoring high in certain areas. I'd be interested to see, you know, what are the backgrounds of the people, I mean, academic backgrounds or just backgrounds in general, the people who tend to score high in those areas versus that group that scores low. I think that'd be interesting to help us to think about, you know, where are those that score high, are they coming from certain academic disciplinary areas, or, you know, what are those backgrounds that are lending themselves to allow people to score high, or are they just, you know, good test takers? That might be one way to help just think about that. But the diversity front, you know, of course, we mentioned there's a lack of diversity. You know, the field is still dominated by white men, and, you know, students from underrepresented groups may face, you know, they don't necessarily know where to find mentors and role models and those kinds of things. And one of the things that we try to do, some of my colleagues and I, you know, participatory mapping, where we get communities involved in a lot of the mapping. But, you know, this requires research dollars and grant funds to, you know, provide access to technology and resources, high power computers, specialized software, high quality spatial data, but connecting people in communities that don't necessarily see any of the GIS or the drones or anything like that, and putting the technology and the techniques and the tools in their hands so that they can have at it, have fun with it, learn about it, ask questions, and inform us on whether this is something that this community loves or hates, or, you know, get it out of my face, or whatever. But bringing the community into those conversations is really important. Whether it's through service projects or just community-based participatory science or citizen science, and broadening participation in those ways, I think is really helpful. And that's challenging, again, because, again, the research dollars are not always there. Research is competitive, and it's hard for us sometimes to have a balance between academic work, research, and even professional development for us to learn the new emerging technologies that we want to share and bring to our students. So there are some challenges there as well. I would love to continue the conversation on ways to do better and connect more people in the field. But definitely community-based participation, I think, is a strong way to do that.
Thank you. We actually have a couple of questions from the room. I can't remember if Keith put his up first or if Hendrik did. I think Hendrik.
Yeah, hey, thanks so much for these fantastic presentations. I wanted to follow up, Seth, on your presentation a little bit. Just one additional question. I really liked the way you framed it. So in my sort of point of view, yeah, sure, there's data. We need people to collect data. Yes, there are models, AI, analysis, yes, these are different people, and then there are the applications. But how do you see this whole discussion sort of at the intersection, right, where innovation might be required, where who invents the next generation data systems, who invents the next generation architectures, who thinks about all these applications are going to be possible with this. And so I wonder how this picture holds up if you think more about discovery and innovation and these types of aspects.
Yeah, and just to, I think it's a great question. I don't have an answer, and just to sort of amplify your question, you know, I think that things like data systems, like some of these kinds of like very back-end plumbing things, are really essential to innovation. That is, there's this enormous tax. We know we live in a world where there's just massive amounts of information out there, but really being able to access it and use it is really important. So I do think that I think you're exactly right that innovation does kind of happen at the intersection, and I think increasingly innovation will rely on these kinds of teams. I think a lot of the innovation, to me, the area that feels most right for innovation is we have all of these great social signals out there in the world, and you can see moving devices at incredible scales. And because of the commercialization of space, we have all of these amazing orbital sensors. But getting all of that together and sort of driving innovation in that intersection is really non-trivial. And I think there are opportunities. For example, I think we could fund research infrastructure that sort of reduced some of the cost for those kinds of things, via national funding agencies where we built data infrastructure that enabled that innovation. But in terms of training, I still think it's maybe a little bit of a tall order to expect one individual to do it all. I don't know if that answers your question exactly, but
no, thanks.
Yeah,
that was great. Thank you. We're at time. We are at time. It is 2:45, and I'm afraid we're at the end of the session. I want to thank everyone for sharing their ideas. Thank you, all the panelists and committee members in the room. We now have about a 15-minute break, and we'll return for discussion panel number 2 on solutions. So thank you, everybody.
Welcome back to the last and final session of our Geographical and Geospatial Sciences Fall Workshop, the Geospatial Workforce Crisis, a Diversity of Path Forward. In this session, we will hear from 4 speakers about potential solutions to address the challenges of future workforce in geospatial industry. Each speaker is going to speak for about 10 minutes. After all speakers have presented, we will have about 30 minutes of questions from the committee or the webcast audience and a broader discussion from all the 5 panelists. Our first speaker is Nathan Jones, Assistant Division Chief of the Geography Division within the U.S. Census Bureau. Nathan has more than 15 years of experience at the U.S. Census Bureau, where he has managed stakeholder engagement with tribal, federal, state, and local government agencies and national programs responsible for acquiring geospatial data used to update the Census Bureau's MAF/Tiger system, which provides the geospatial foundation for data collection, processing, tabulation, and dissemination across many programs and censuses at the Census Bureau. Nathan, over to you.
All right. Thank you, and afternoon, everyone. Great to be here with you. I do have some slides. Bear with me for a moment, and I'll bring them up on the screen. All right, you should see those slides now. Let me know if you can't see them.
We do see the slides. We don't see you.
Okay. All right. Well, it's always something. Let's go ahead and I'll just run through the slides, and then once we're done and we get to the Q&A part, I'll pop back on our camera. So thanks again for having me. For my part of the discussion, I'd like to just focus on a few of the steps that we're taking at Census to upskill our workforce. So let's get right into it. A couple other things that I'm going to touch on is our implementation of a new data science training program, something that's been discussed throughout this session today, something that's certainly a hot topic within the industry, and also our homegrown training program, what we call Geo University, short for GOU, steps that we're taking internal to the geography division at the agency to provide training opportunities to our existing staff to ensure that they have the right skill set as the industry is evolving and the work within the Bureau is evolving. So first things first, our new data science training program. So of course, data science is very much a hot topic in the industry right now. And the Bureau is fully invested in working to grow existing staff into data scientists, enabling them to use programming, statistical, geographic, analytical, and visualization skills to interpret very large and complex data sets, such as our national address database that we maintain, the master address file, which includes well over 100 million addresses throughout the nation. That's our base for conducting all of our censuses and surveys. The new data science program that the Bureau has implemented is an annual program that's open to all Census Bureau employees. It's an application you have to apply, just like most formal training programs. You have to apply with supervisory approval. It's open to all staff. We've had a number of staff members within Geography Division at Census that have applied and gone through the training program, and they're now utilizing those newly learned skills in their day-to-day within Geo, in Geography Division at the agency, to make processes more efficient and to bring a new way of doing work and moving away from older, more traditional methods, and getting away from a lot of manual work that has been around for so long within the Bureau. So at Census, the data science work that we're focusing on generally falls within 4 categories. General science, using a large array of programming libraries and data frameworks to conduct in-depth analysis of existing data. Data visualization, to process and depict data, resulting in new insights for data and or processes that can then be communicated to a wide range of stakeholders, whether they be executive leaders within the agency or the Department of Commerce, or external stakeholders that may not necessarily be familiar with the data that we are working with on a daily basis. Also, machine learning, and I'll get into some high-level examples of this a little bit later, but deploying machine learning models and algorithms into production environments to improve our processes, to make our processes smarter and, again, more efficient. And then data engineering, identifying and designing and implementing new processes and staging environments, which can then prove beneficial to our day-to-day workflows. All right, so within the geography division itself, as we look forward to the 2030 census, technological advancements that are happening, throughout the industry right now have generated many new tools that we're able to apply to the improvement of our robust national address list, what I mentioned earlier, the master address file. And all of the other geography, the geospatial information that we maintain within the MapTiger system. For example, satellite imagery for the nation is now freely available and updated on a bi-weekly basis that we have access to, improvements to national parcel data sets, among other data sources, of course, in tandem with the availability of that imagery, have opened up access to critical new resources that we can then pair up with machine learning models, for example, to improve our day-to-day processes. So some of the data science methods that we're getting into. So general science, using SQL to aggregate statistics from existing master address file data into block level databases that provide key metrics for important analysis that's happening internal to the Bureau that helps us target perhaps where we have gaps in our geospatial data. Data visualization. So, for example, using creating new Esri Community GIS Portal web applications, which allows us to then view the output of our queries and help depict where those data gaps do exist. Machine learning, utilizing the staff that we have to validate, capture, and code areas of new construction, which will be used to then train new automated change detection models that we are working on within the agency. And then data engineering, collaborating with the Census Bureau's new enterprise data lake for cloud-based compute and storage solutions, conducting market research for imagery handling platform that will also host large, frequently updated imagery data sets. And I would also add, one of the key parts here is that this is existing staff that we have within the geography division. So we have close to 200 federal staff within the geography division at the Census Bureau, many of which have been at the agency for a number of years, and in many cases, decades. So they didn't necessarily, like myself, come out of college with these skills, but they now have the opportunity to learn these new methods and are taking that and expanding and improving on the work that they've been doing and coming up with new ways of getting things done, moving away from like old paper methods. When I first started at the agency back in 2000, the summer of 2008, we were still manually digitizing lines, straight off of paper maps that we were getting from partners. And we are moving more and more away from that as each year passes. So here's just one little example of how we're applying data science within the geography division, and it's through the implementation of automated change detection. So with the help of the data science training program, we embarked on what we call our automated change detection core working group. And that working group worked on a capstone project, facilitated through the data science training program. At the time when this was conducted, the goal was to detect housing change between two different vintages of imagery, those depicted on the screen here. And this is a dated example, but just an example of how this all came to be. Comparing 2017 high-res imagery to 2020 high-res imagery, and being able to train models to depict and identify where there is change on the landscape. So the graduates from our initial participation in the Bureau's data science training program have then taken that information, those new skills, and are applying it on a daily basis now to run models to identify where there's change on the landscape. And that's helping us. That's helping us more efficiently identify data gaps, more efficiently identify where perhaps we might need to reach out to our partners in tribal, state, and local governments to acquire data, rather than doing large national outreach for data. We can key in on specific areas of need with the help of these new methods that we have learned. Now, getting into our homegrown university, GOU. So a little bit of a different approach here. What we're trying to do with GOU is, again, provide training opportunities to those nearly 200 professional staff within Geography Division, so that they have opportunities to learn new things. Now, when we are recruiting new employees, when we can, we currently are not actively hiring any geographers within the Geography Division, but when we are, we're looking for folks that are coming in with different types of skills than perhaps what you would traditionally see as something, as a geographer. We're looking for folks that have experience with Python, with R, folks that can, do scripting and coding and everything. And we are upskilling our existing staff through our GEO University by working with vendors to procure professional trainings for our existing staff. This, of course, does require money from our budget, but we've recognized the importance in dedicating the funds to upskill the staff that we have. We have to invest in the staff that we have in order to get to where the industry's going and get to where we need to be in terms of improving day-to-day efficiencies and processes. Especially that's so important when you're managing a national database of addresses and features and geographies for the entire country. You have to be able to innovate and improve upon your processes to keep up. All right, and just to give you an example of how this all started, so our GOU, or Geography Division University, was really born out of feedback that we received through the Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey, FEVS. And so through that, what we learned is that staff have a desire to have access to more trainings beyond just like scripted trainings that may be provided via online tutorials offered free through the agency, or soft skill trainings that are also offered free through the agency. They wanted access to more technical trainings, and we got off to a slow start, as you can see here back in FY19, but just most recently, with the fiscal year 23 that completed, we collectively, throughout the entire fiscal year, we were able to provide trainings to nearly 800 staff. Now, I will confess that this is counting staff more than once. So if one individual took 5 trainings throughout the fiscal year, 5 technical trainings throughout the fiscal year, that all 5 instances are included in the 780. But just to give you an idea of the number of folks that we're able to train now, this is really impactful for us. And it's something that we are committed to doing year over year moving forward. And then just to wrap it up. So, a lot of the topics that have been discussed in the earlier sessions today are very familiar to me because they tie in with a lot of discussions that have taken place in recent events that I've participated in, some of which you all may have participated in as well. If anyone on the call attended the GeoGov Summit back in September in Dulles, in Virginia, there were a number of discussions centered around, how do we build the workforce? Those of us in the federal community participating in discussions with the Federal Geographic Data Committee. We're currently working on drafting the next National Spatial Data Infrastructure Strategic Plan for the nation. And through those discussions with the FGDC, with other members of the federal community, and with the National Geospatial Advisory Committee, NGAC, there have been a lot of discussions about, what do we need to include in the next strategic plan that lays out the importance of education and growing the future workforce. So I won't read through all of these, but these are just, some ideas that have come up in those discussions and, at the GeoGov Summit that I referenced. Namely, allowing for a feedback loop between industry and academia, developing stronger internship programs and job training programs for students, increasing and enhancing the research and innovation when going across industry, and can just continue to sell the value of geospatial to universities. And then, of course, if you look back up at the top bullets, just continue to drive home emphasis on data science, AI, ML, and cloud computing, because more and more those things are becoming a part of our day-to-day, especially at the Census Bureau. So thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Nathan. Our next speaker is Veronique Boucher, Director General of the Canadian Centre for Meteorological and Environmental Prediction at Environment and Climate Change Canada.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Good. Just let me see if I can share. We're talking about data, so I don't have slide per se, but certainly should have some data in the background that provide context with some of my comments, and very happy to be able to share that with you. So I'm coming from a slightly different background, and yet I found that many of what my predecessor mentioned resonated with me and overlapped very much in what we're seeing in the context of meteorology and climate modeling. So as mentioned, I'm part of the Meteorological Service of Canada, and I'm more specifically in charge of the 24/7 production and use of all the numerical weather and climate output up in certainly up in Canada, models that you can see in the background as I talk. The remit of that particular area of work means that we're bringing massive amount of data of observation from satellite and other sensors from across the globe and bringing them together with physical models to allow to see how they're evolving in time. And you see many of the type of output as I'm through that animation that goes from atmospheric to ocean to here as we're looking at smoke from not this summer forest fires, but previous one back in 2016. That are typical to the type of information that we deal with. That is intrinsically geospatial in the way it's brought together, whether it is the input or the model output, and what we're bringing as information to users. All of that information is then passed on to weather forecasters through visualization applications, passed on to emergency management organization, which will overlay that information or treat it in different ways to be able to figure where hazards are and how to protect people and assets that are critical. So that's in a nutshell provide quite an interesting background, I would say, from a geospatial community. What's really interesting, I would say, in the meteorological and climate modeling work is that we work at scales that are very large, sometimes unprecedented in terms of the amount of data that we're dealing with. Just to give a few parameters, we're talking about input data in terabyte to petabytes, productions of petabyte to some of the archives well into the exabyte type of data. So we're really working within a space that's bringing the many of the concepts and tools that we have to the limits, whether it is in geospatial or otherwise. So they're working within an environment such as earth science modeling really mean that on a day-to-day basis you're working with R, you're working with Python, you're working with Jupyter notebooks and elements of that kind, very much working in software stack that are talking about within cloud environment and so on. So very large tools to work with databases and tools that are really having to deal with the latest type of innovation, given that within this type of modeling, whether you're talking about tomorrow's weather or climate down the road, we're modeling it on a regular basis, multiple times a day, and that means you have multiple instances of the futures to deal with as well, and very large data cubes to wonder about. That means that our workforce that was largely composed with physical scientists that would really think about how the various processes that ensure the atmospheres and other systems interact now have to think about much broader perspective and evolve into the type of system that requires a lot more, a much more diverse type of skills. And very much like the last speaker, we're looking at what that means for our workforce, for the one we recruit, but also for the one that we have. Because we're looking very much at modeling that is producing very integral data that's ideal, well-organized data with no holes that allows to do a lot of studies a little bit more easily. So it's also an area that is a very proficient, I would say, to support the development of artificial intelligence, both with respect of the amount of data that is available going back in time, as well as the nature of it, with that very comprehensive and systematic composition of it. So when we're looking at recruitment nowadays, we're looking at very expanding the type of skills that we're bringing to the teams, and where we were in the past looking really from very specialized area in physical science, we're now looking much broader than that. And one of the interesting tools that we have with Canadian University that we're looking at expanding much further, that we are strongly supporting the ability to have paid internships during the course of the studies, so that we're able to bring a student directly to work at scales within the type of tools, within the type of environment that we have. So it's both bringing new skills to the table, for sure, but it's also I think, providing some very on the ground abilities for the students as well, to see different how to apply their ongoing and developing skills to real-time, real life problems. So that has been and is certainly something we're expanding. This was very common within the bachelor levels up to now, but what we're looking with various Canadian universities to expand that to the master and PhD program. And in that sense, this is also starting to build and bring students that are very interested into innovating and looking at a diverse solution to move alongside with scientists that have a long expertise in physical domain, and transferring that knowledge as they develop and work on different activities together. From our existing workforce, we're looking at slightly different elements. I won't repeat some of the type of training that can be offered, but maybe concentrate on something a little bit different in the context of meteorological and climate modeling. Here, and especially when it comes to artificial intelligence, we're also looking at much more open partnerships with the private sector in the research and development areas, really advancing and accelerating the transfer of information back and forth, providing expertise from physical scientists that is very specialized and useful in terms of interpreting data, and combining it with experts that are much more advanced in data science and artificial intelligence, to bring that to the table across a very specialized project. We're part of a federal governmental organization, and so in our context, upholding open data and open source is very much of importance, especially when we are in a space where we are approaching the limits of what's available commercially, and so that's also part of the type of discussions and agreement that we have with the private sector in any type of collaboration that we engage with. I think I'll stop there in terms of the elements. I'm hoping I have provided some perspective from a slightly different discipline than the one that's usually involved in geospatial science, a more traditional one. But as you can see, very much similar interest in the solution that we are looking at.
Thank you, Veronique. That was very insightful and a different perspective. Really appreciate that. The next speaker is Kenton Ross, Program Manager for the NASA Develop program. He serves as the Chief Scientist for the NASA Develop program since 2012. With Develop, Kenton has advised and mentored over 2,000 young and career transitioning professionals in the application of Earth observation and environmental decision-making. Kenton, the stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you, Boudou. Let's see. I'll try to share my screen. And I'll start that slide deck. So can everybody see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Very good. So thanks for that kind introduction, Boudou. Actually, I go by Kent, and I'm happy to speak to you today about the program. Actually, I transitioned just this last year from being the chief scientist of NASA Develop to being its program manager, as my predecessor, who led the program for 24 years, retired. And now I've been able to lead it as we celebrated our 25th year just this year. So some of you may have heard of Develop, but maybe it's unfamiliar to many of you. Let me tell you a little bit about it. So Develop is a NASA program for workforce development. However, unlike some of the previous speakers, the purpose of it is not to develop NASA workforce. We do develop NASA workforce as really a side effect of our program. But in general, we're using workforce development as a vehicle to advance the awareness of, the appetite for, and the adoption of NASA Earth observations, or Earth observations writ large, Earth observations in general. So to that end, as I said, we work through workforce development. On the upper right in this chart, you can see many of our locations. We generally work on site, although especially given our experience during the pandemic, we sometimes conduct virtual projects. But we have several federal locations that we work with, NASA centers and one NOAA location. We also collaborate with many locations that host us. In general, these are now universities. So there are several places where we're hosted by universities, sometimes for sort of long indefinite periods of time. Those are indicated in this map by the orange dots, and sometimes just for a term at a time. We work in seasonally in terms. We do NASA Develop terms in the spring, summer, and fall for 10 weeks at a time. We do all of this work through teams. So we are careful actually to distinguish ourselves from NASA's many internship programs by talking about the people that work with us as participants. Partly that's because those other NASA internship programs are through what used to be NASA Education. We are a function of NASA Science, and we don't follow an apprenticeship model. We follow a model where we put together people in teams. I'll talk more about that a little bit later, and really give them autonomy, agency. We want them to find solutions for themselves in these teams that they work on for these 10-week time periods. We are part of a small slice of NASA's Earth Science budget that focuses on applications. So NASA is, of course, engaged in the big picture of Earth system science, and so much of the NASA research, Earth science research dollars go to research and go to flying the satellites and developing the new sensors, et cetera. But we also want to take that great Earth science enterprise and bring back the benefits for society through applications. And that's what we do in our own small way with the NASA Develop program. Each project needs to work with a partner, given that the agents of our work are these early career professionals, and we're working in short time periods. We generally focus these projects on local concerns. So they might work with state governments or federal governments or even international consortia, but often the problems themselves are localized, or most of the time, I would say. In general, we're doing about 50 projects a year at these many locations. And then you can see over the full span of our 25-year history, we've offered over 6,000 opportunities. Sometimes people repeat, so that's maybe not 6,000 unique individuals. It's 4,000 or so, maybe, because people do repeat a fair amount. And we've conducted through last summer 1,200 projects in total. So another thing that's unique about the NASA Develop program and our approach is that we do all this through experiential learning. What I mean by that is there's no curriculum for Develop. Every single project is unique. Every project is tailored to the challenge that the individual partner or partners that the project is set up for, that they need. What are their requirements? How might Earth observations address their challenges? So every project is custom in that way. And that means no two participants in Develop will have the same experience. No two participants will learn the same set of skills. So yeah, I think I'll let that speak for itself, and I'll move on. Given that we are not doing sort of NASA workforce development, it's maybe interesting to think about the people that we are serving and who we are building capacity in. Here's some testimonials from some of our alumni. I'll show those on this page and the next, and you don't have to read them, but I'll just make a few comments. Many of our participants go on to work in government sector, both local, state, and federal. As I said, there are many people that have gone on to work in the federal sector and work, well, I guess that this is the opposite of what I said. So we do have many people that end up working for NASA, and they work for other agencies, the USGS, NOAA, the Census Bureau. And in general, we find that there are a lot of takeaways from the alumni in terms of what has prepared them for those careers. Certainly, a lot of it is the kinds of skills that we are talking about today, that there are challenges in acquiring, at least what the next generation might need. But there was some comment earlier today about soft skills. And when we bring these people together in teams, the soft skills are often very important. And we find that the skills that people develop just working on teams, then communicating their results to the public, et cetera, help them acquire the kinds of skills that they need in an integrative way to flourish in any one of these different level of government sectors, as well as whether or not they're working in some kind of operational role, a leadership role, or even a research role. That integrative environment, we think, empowers them to thrive in all of those. In addition to working in government, we have many people that have moved on from the developed program to work in academia and industry. There are sort of similar things to say here about what kinds of skills they learned through the developed process that help them. One thing that I'll also say is that some of them are going outside of the geospatial industry. Many of them are. They're also going outside of earth science. They're going outside of STEM. But as they do go to those other sectors, they're bringing, an awareness of Earth observations and geospatial data, which I think that all of us on this call want to really spread and evangelize to the rest of society. So that is one of the things that's happening through development. Okay, I'll just spend a moment summarizing a little bit about some of the unique solutions I think that we offer. I want to emphasize that we don't think of develop as a comprehensive solution by any means. Like thinking about certification, thinking about training, all of those things are essential. But we feel that this kind of integrative experience really can add something very important to this sort of community. So one of the solutions that is really our DNA is that we have people work on teams. In fact, we recruit so that they'll be multidisciplinary. I would say the sort of pie chart of developed educational backgrounds is dominated by geography majors and environmental science majors and other similar things. But it really has a lot of spice from all sorts of other domains, computer science, but then also social sciences and also things from the financial sector, all sorts of things. We think that our life is, in general, happening in those kind of multidisciplinary teams. So we feel like using geospatial tools in that context is really empowering and important. So the other thing I'll say is, in terms of the developed experience, we did realize a few years ago that most of the people that were coming to us with geospatial skills were working at the desktop because that's what they were being trained in. And even for our 10-week projects, which often are not the most complex, it was really necessary for us to empower them to be able to code, to see themselves as coders, whether they were before they came to our program or not. So we do take some time, although we are not a training program, as I said earlier. We do take some time to use the software carpentry curriculum to really kind of break the ice. Some people come to us with coding skills because we accept people just 18 and up. Over half the people that come to us are not even students. They're sometimes 2-3 years out of graduation or more. But some of them have coding skills and some of them don't. And since we have this sort of polyglot kind of mixing pot, we need to bring the people that haven't really identified as coding or haven't gotten very far along up to speed. And the other thing that I would add in addition to coding is really more and more, besides just being sort of limited to the desktop and needing to get them over to coding, we also need to get them thinking in the cloud. For years and years, we've done our work through download and local desktop analysis, but now more and more we need to use the cloud. And so we're trying to integrate that in some of the training that we do offer our teams and even in the way that we set up our projects. I think I'll conclude there, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Kent. I will not say Kenton anymore. I forgot that you do go by Kent. So thank you, Kent. Our final speaker is Hamid Alo Mohammed, an Associate Professor of Geography at Clark University and the Director of the new Center for Geospatial Analytics. His research interest lies at the intersection of GI science and geography to use observations and analytical methods, in particular machine learning techniques, to better understand the changing Earth system. Hamid, over to you.
Thank you, Budu. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me share my screen quickly. You should be able to see my slides. Let me know otherwise. As Budu mentioned, I'm both a faculty and also director of a new center at Clark University. Some of you might know Clark for its basically historical geography program, which is the continuous PhD program running in the country for over 100 years. We just celebrated our centennial program this year. And at the same time, we also have a about 20-year-old MSGIS program. So we train a good number of professionals, both in terms of professionals who go to industry and those who go to academia in geospatial and geography, broadly speaking. The Center for Geospatial Analytics was established about a year ago, and I joined Clark coming from industry background. So that's the intersection that Clark is basically envisioning for the future of workforce, about bringing someone like me who had the industry background and basically education in geography/remote sensing, and thinking about how we are mapping our future in terms of both research and as well as education and training. So that's the mission and the vision of CGA. And it's going to blend basically transformative research and education together, harnessing the power of geospatial analytics. You mentioned, some of our previous speaker mentioned about the cloud computing, the AI, the way we serve data, the bloom in the way we are receiving data from multiple sensors in Earth orbit, as well as the in situ sensors on ground, and being able to address, or at least try to answer, many of our urgent global environmental challenges. So that's the vision of the center. And I'm going to today talk a little bit about the outcome of a launch workshop, which we hosted about 2 months ago. And one of the panels in that workshop was primarily focused on how should the academia basically think about re-envisioning the geospatial curriculum, working with the industry, working with generally, I would say, anybody outside of academia. Industry doesn't mean necessarily commercial, government and other sectors, and try to be collaborative and partner in those directions to make sure we can train the next generation of the workforce. These are the functions that CGA is playing, and that's how they work together. So definitely one pillar is education and training. While we are not an educational department in the sense of a traditional academic department, we work with our academic departments, particularly geography, and our previously IDCE, recently renamed to Sustainability and Social Justice Department, which blend a lot of geographical tools and geospatial analysis into their curriculum. In addition to basically research and innovation, collaboration and partnership, and infrastructure and resources. And one of the ideas I have for the center, and we are materializing on that, is in terms of resources, we are going to have professional people in the center, like a data scientist, a software engineer, are going to be full-time staff and not only work on projects, but also work with the students and help us basically redesign and re-envision our curriculum. And that's, I feel, this is really the innovative way CG is looking at thinking about workforce development for future. And then funding and sustainability basically to function the center and make it sustainable into future. So these are a little bit of snapshots from the panels happened at CGA Launch Workshop. About 40 experts from industry, from academia, from nonprofit and government came to Clark campus. We had a full day of panels and discussions. Some of them focused on the trends in the geospatial technology and AI, and one panel specifically focused on the training and basically the role of academia. So I'm going to summarize some of that and then tell you a little bit about what we are doing already at Clark and what we are going to do next. These are some of the key points that I'm summarizing and naming them as educational blocks. These came out from many of the conversations and discussions repeatedly in terms of what the future basically curriculum, or the ones that we are transitioning to at this time, need to include and need to encompass. The very first one, which was repeated many times, was data literacy. Think about the life cycle of data, how you would manage data, how you would generate and curate data, and how you would basically archive data and publish data. Making sure we are training our workforce in the data literacy and making sure they are very well versed in this new domain that we are dealing with. We are using data more and more, particularly when it comes to AI. These data are also informing our models and our decisions. So making sure our students, our professionals are versed in the data literature is a key aspect of that. This doesn't mean they should not know the domain. So we should not forget about the domain knowledge. Some of them might be versed in conservation, some of them in remote sensing, broadly speaking, some of them in land cover, some of them in hydrology. So that domain knowledge still is a fundamental educational block that needs to be re-emphasized. It is not all about AI, ML, and data. They need to understand what problem and what domain they are working on so they can basically make sense of the outputs, look at the issues, and be able to resolve them or improve them moving forward. Another element was foundational programming, as its name comes from, which is everybody needs to have some level of basically literacy in programming. And I want to highlight that this was also part of the discussion, and also my understanding and my vision for the center is that not everybody should be versed in all of these at the, I would say, proficient level, right? But as someone who is working in a geospatial sector, having a basic knowledge of all of these and being versed in some of them, maybe you're more expert in AI, maybe you're more versed in the software side, in the computing and the cloud side, but having a knowledge of all of them is a requirement as a package, so you are professional and ready to basically join the job market. So foundational programming, knowing the basics of that, being able to, I would say, cook up a notebook or a basic pipeline would be something that can help you to go much longer way in this ecosystem. Certainly computing and cloud. Many of the data sets are now being served on the cloud. As you know, NASA is an example of that, is working with the cloud providers and hosting future mission data on the cloud because there is no other way to host them. Thinking about the NISAR mission, for example, which is generating petabytes of data, it is going to be served on the cloud. So the professionals need to be able to consume that data compared to the paradigm that we had in the past. You would go to FTP server and download the data locally and deal with that. Being software agnostic, so making sure that we are training our professionals in a way that they learn the pipelines, they learn the workflows, but they are not tied to a specific software, so that they can tap into new software as it comes up. This also brings up the paradigm about using open source, and I will talk a little bit about in the next two slides. But being software agnostic is another basically block of education. So they're learning about pipelines, not necessarily about a specific toolbox in a software. AI certainly is here and is going to be here. It's certainly helping us with a lot of pipelines and how we basically derive insights from our data. So being knowledgeable in the AI domain, again, if you're a geographer, you might know AI as a general knowledge, so you know what is happening with it. If you receive an output from an AI, you know how to interpret it, what are the constraints you need to look at that. But if you're more of a data scientist or machine learning engineer, you will be more versed into coding an AI model yourself. The other aspects is ethics and intersections with social science. So we are in an era that we are basically deriving insights from data and retrieving things that we couldn't imagine probably 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And this brings up a lot of ethical questions of, okay, are we allowed to do that? We are observing a lot of patterns using, for example, satellite data, which will change the paradigm of what is privacy, what is ethics here. So having some basics of that knowledge and making sure, again, people are aware of what they are observing, what they're calculating, what they're publishing from their results and from analysis, it's a approach that we need to take, and making sure we have some interaction with other social science departments in a multidisciplinary fashion. And of course, policy and regulation. I think there's a lot of good discussions these days in the public media about the AI regulation and everything. This comes also to the data and everything. So again, having the basic understandings of policy and regulation, I think, is the building block. If you're more interested into education and professional in that domain, you can be more versed in that. So these are the key blocks. And then there are skills that we need to think about and make sure, again, our professionals are trained in those. One is what we call independent learning. And you can imagine from how our technology ecosystem is changing rapidly. There has been significant changes even within the last 5 years. The tools and the software and the data that we have been using 5 years ago might be irrelevant these days. So making sure our professionals are trained in a way that they can basically relearn new things or find their way around of this ecosystem and have an independent basically learning skill is a key thing, so they can be successful in the future and they can basically update themselves as new technology comes up. This is not necessarily a course you teach them, it's a skill that they need to learn throughout their education. Reproducibility and documentation. More and more we are publishing things, making sure they have a skill of how to reproduce an existing code or pipeline or a result of an analysis that is published in a paper and be able to document their own work so others can consume that and be able to reproduce that. Data visualization is another key skill set with the boom again in the data sets that we have, being able to communicate that result the right way to your stakeholder, making sure you understand their needs and visualize the outcomes the way they want. Maybe it's a map, maybe it's a CSV file, maybe it's a more complex dashboard, but having that skill set is also another key thing. And last but not least, understanding uncertainty. We are dealing with a lot of data which has noise in it. And we are making decisions out of them. So having a good understanding of what is uncertainty and how you deal with that is another element of these educational skills. And then finally is about, okay, mechanisms, how we go after these blocks and skills and making sure we can train our next workforce cohort. Open source is becoming more dominant in terms of both data and software in particular. There's a lot of opportunity to learn from the open source community, to contribute to that open source community, and also to benefit from that. There's good suggestions about how we can make sure these contributions to open source are considered a service. So like you review a paper either as a PhD student or even as faculty, and you get a recognition because of the service you do. Contributing to open source should be also considered a service to the community because a lot of tools these days are being powered by many open source packages. Multidisciplinary groups and peer learning is a key aspect of these mechanisms, making sure people from different disciplines, I mean, students can interact in group projects or other basically mechanisms that can help them learn from each other. The two next ones, internships and partnerships, are the key aspects to work with the outside of academia to make sure we can, first of all, derive a research agenda from the problems in the outer world, the real problems, and also increase student competency and their basically interactions with the real world. So making partnerships with different agencies out there, both commercial and government and nonprofit, as well as providing those internship opportunities for our students to go out and see the real world before they graduate from the university. Increasing diversity, geospatial field is definitely having an issue in terms of diversity and making sure we can address some of the leaking pipeline basically issues before even the graduate school or undergraduate school, and increasing the diversity of our cohort is another dimension. And last but not least, online courses and lectures. We are in an era that many things are being shared online. I'm also doing that. I will show you in the next slide one of the courses I'm teaching. So the more we can share online and make it available to the broader community, not only the other students can benefit from it, some of the professionals who are already in their careers might be interested into taking those courses and materials on their own and become more proficient in the new era of geospatial analytics. This is an example of a course I'm teaching, developed at CGA. It's available all online, all reproducible. Students are taking it also in class with me, but the material is available as a self-paced, basically course content. So the same effort that I'm doing to develop this course, I'm also sharing it with the broader community as an example of how we can do this to make it available and basically train our next cohort. Last but not least, an example of a project that we have been working on. We are engaging diverse students throughout Clark in the CGA Center to work with IBM and NASA as two partners that we have. So not only they are working on a very advanced, I would say, cutting-edge technology, but at the same time, they are collaborating with developers and technology, basically, experts outside of academia, in industry and government, both of that, and experiencing how they build pipelines, how they work on real-world problems. As much as it is cutting edge, it is a real-world problem, and it is very much scalable and open source and reproducible in addition to that. And also the learnings from this project has been feeding to my course. So we are taking the outcomes of that, feeding it back to the course. So those who are taking the course can also learn from the outcomes of this. So these cycles between the projects and education and the courses that are based on real world problems is another example of how CGA is trying to address that and making sure we can train our students with the best of the technology. With that, I'm going to wrap up and then looking forward to questions and discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamid. Also, thank you, Nathan, Veronique, and Kent for your wonderful presentations. I will now invite additional questions for all four panelists from the committee members who should raise their name tag. And then we will move to Any questions from the audience on the Zoom?
Yeah, so one question. So you talked a little bit about, not a little bit, you talked a lot about, so how do you implement data science practices, how you change the curriculum. And of course, a lot of these changes are sort of, a lot of the reasons why you're looking into this has a lot to do with the advances in computation. So is any one of you guys looking into what quantum computing would mean for the geospatial workforce of the future? Question, everyone.
I can jump in a little bit. Honestly, we haven't looked at it. I mean, I personally know a little bit because I've worked on projects related to quantum computing, even back in 2016, 2017, through the NASA AISD program, Advanced Basically Research Program, that would look at the tier technologies between 0 to 10. And this was a really tier 1, tier 2 technology back then. We haven't embedded it into our curriculum yet because it still is premature in terms of where the technology is, where the industry is adopting it. I feel there are much more advanced technologies that we are still not teaching in the academia. So there are more prominent and more important things that we are teaching. I can imagine within the next 5 to 10 years that will change with the quantum computing. But so far our assessment has been, it is not at a stage that we would need, because we want to teach them also things that are pretty much practical and required as a skill set out there. Quantum computing is still not there yet. So that has been honestly the primary reason, yes.
While the rest of the committee is thinking about their questions, I will ask one. Hamid and Nathan, I think I was intrigued with your presentations because it seems like what Clark is trying to do as redesigning a geography or geospatial analytics curriculum. I'm intrigued by the concept of a university inside a federal agency. Are you suggesting that our academic programs are not producing the necessary skills for your desired workforce that is prompting Census Bureau to create a university? Or do you see this just as a temporary measure till there are more Clark universities out there?
Good question. Thank you. So it is, when I'm using the phrase university loosely, it's a name that we have decided to throw on there as a, just something that's catchy for folks to easily understand. To be quite honest, it's a way for us to provide our existing workforce with access to trainings that are free to them. That way they do not have to go out and pursue additional trainings outside of the job at their own expense. So this is a way for us to, using funds, that are, allocated to us, via our annual appropriation, setting aside some funds to procure professional technical trainings to help upskill the existing workforce. Not necessarily an indication of what may or may not be coming out of academia at the present time.
Thank you. If I can quickly follow up, Kent, Veronique, do you see similar needs in your institutions, organizations like NASA and Climate and Environment Canada?
Well, if I can jump, definitely, and we already have similar type of approaches to the one Nathan described in the context of continuous training of our existing workforce, more on the earth science type courses, but this is rapidly evolving towards the type of skills that we're seeing are needed in that much broader workforce that we foresee in a very short future. So we're expanding those courses to using Pythons and data and Python's analytics, discovering AI 101, things along those lines, using any type of geospatial environment to build that, and that's coming a little bit later in the career of individuals that would otherwise have been exposed to more traditional earth and atmospheric sciences.
Thank you. Kent?
Yes, so the short answer is yes. In NASA and in the sector we serve, even beyond NASA, certainly we are, as I said, we're seeing the need to move on from desktop skills to be able to complement that and extend that with coding. We're certainly seeing a strong need, as I also mentioned, to really move our analysis towards the cloud. A lot of this is due to what Hamid mentioned with things like NISAR, with petabytes of data, and the necessity to look at our data sets not as a single scene, but as a real collection, and to work with that collection in a way that we can extract information from it. It just requires more powerful tools than we've used in the past, for sure.
Thank you. Henrik, you want to follow up another question?
Yeah, so another question more on partnerships. I think Ahmed talked a little bit about it, but how do you see, for Kent and Veronique, and as well as Nathan, how do you see sort of the role of partnerships with academia, partnerships with private industry? And yeah, maybe if you could say a little bit more about it, that would be interesting.
I can touch on that, and then, yeah, would like to hear from others too. So, I mean, from the academic perspective, the benefit to the partnerships for us would be two things. One is we, meaning the faculty and the students, will get exposed to real world problems. So an organization, whether it's a private institution, a private company, or a government agency or a nonprofit, is working on an impact, on a solution. And they would need the expertise of an academic group, a research group, to help with that. So you get exposed. The response to that would be, oh, I need to develop a new algorithm, develop a new package, develop a new software. And you work with the students so they get exposed to the art of possible in developing a real world solution. So it's a research and a skill development for them. At the same time, the second outcome is we learn, oh, this is now the problems out there. We may need to change our curriculum and train the next generation to know these things, because there are new data sets out there, new tools out there. And this is basically a cycle. It is not going to end ever. And this is, I think, one thing that academia, and I'm an academic member myself, I can do this critic, needs to be better into re-envisioning this regularly. It is not something we should do every 20 years or so. It should be a continuous process that over years, probably every couple of years, I mentioned this to some of our colleagues, when I designed my course that I'm teaching this fall back in January, I had to change it again in September because new tools came out in the geospatial analytics realm, thinking about data formats, cloud formats, and everything. So there is this rapid change, and we need to be a little bit more adaptive and responsive to that to make sure those part. And I'm sure this partnership can also have benefits for the external partners, because they can work with an academic group who is more basically interested in solving problems, working on challenges, and providing a solution to them. So it can be a win-win situation. This is how we look at it from our side, definitely.
So I can speak from the develop perspective. The partnerships are really intrinsic to everything Develop does. So on the workforce development side, having the partnerships with the decision-making organizations or the nonprofits that are needing information to share with the community, whatever they may be, they provide the motivation for capacity building to the participants. Each one of them is working on an applied project. They know this from the beginning. They know that it has a purpose, that it's not, it's not an exercise. And that purposefulness of everything they do is really infectious. It really, it helps engender a growth mindset in the participants. Similarly, with the partners, we want them to feel that NASA data is important, that Earth observations are important, to understand how important they are and how they can really play an important role for their organization. And those partners working back with our participants is also infectious. They see the excitement of these early career professionals getting their hands dirty with the data, and that excitement goes back over to them. So the partnerships are critical, and we see them. Yeah, there's sort of synergistic effects in those engagements with partners.
Just to add on from the census side, something that's taking place outside of my scope, outside of the geography division. The Bureau has engaged with some universities that are local to the DC area to establish partnerships to help review and establish curriculum, so that there is communication between the agency and academia to provide a feedback channel, if you will, on what the university should be offering up in terms of curriculum for their students. And then, there are, of course, opportunities for that to then funnel down the road in, when it comes to internship programs that the agency may offer. There's that pipeline there that's available. So partnerships are really, really critical.
And in a maybe a slightly different aspect as well, seeing how rapidly the development of both tool and innovation is happening. We're finding that we really have to think differently, where we could, in the past, hire scientists that would look into a problem for a couple of years and then start developing solutions. We're seeing that that model is no longer holding, and need ways of accelerating that exchange of informations and the development of knowledge to address the problem. At the same time, the problem that we have in the type of data that we're both ingesting and generating is becoming so big that really the teams that we need to have to have up-to-date skills and expertise to think about new solutions on advancing. So there really is what we're looking for, I would say, and approaching partnership with getting students that are very agile, and then at the same time getting within the same team experienced scientists from government, private sector, and getting really the best brain that we can have to look at a problem and get to solutions within a few years, rather than the 5 to 10 years type of development that we have seen in the past.
Great. Charles, do you know are there questions online? Yeah. Who would like to ask another question? Good. All right. With that, I will bring this panel to a conclusion and thank all our 4 wonderful speakers one more time for your time and willingness to be part of this workshop. With that, I will transfer the stage to Kristen and Pat.
Thank you. Well, this was an exciting day. Just to introduce myself again, I'm Kristen Kurland. I'm on the faculty at Carnegie Mellon University. I've been at CMU for 29 years. I actually came to CMU in 1994 to start a program for inner city kids at risk, teaching them geospatial technologies and computer-aided design and such. And so, this really kind of brings me back to, a lot that we talked about. What is the workforce? Who are we training? So we talked about the word geospatial a lot today. And one of the questions was, what is a geospatial professional? Is it someone with deep geospatial and GIS knowledge, or is it somebody that works with location-based data? We talk about these deep technologies, these advanced technologies such as LiDAR, remote sensing, and such. In the first session, we talked about a deep vertical knowledge. We talked about what are the geospatial jobs, but we also talked about what is geospatial in the jobs, maybe a more horizontal look at it. We talked about matching jobs to academic programs. Some programs included direct recruiting with schools, co-op programs that are very successful. We saw that there are very successful training programs such as the US Census Bureaus and NASA's DEVELOP program. It's clear that there's still an issue, though, with pairing the position with the skills in the geospatial world. We see that the skills are changing. In addition to these geospatial skills, we are looking at more data science skills in coding and knowledge about neural networks and deep learning, and that's important. We see that employers are looking for more than just software experts. They're looking for those with critical thinking and those that have teamwork. I like the new term independent learning that we talked about from Clark University. So the good news, though, we see is that students today are interested in not only learning these geospatial skills, but they're interested in sustainability. They're interested in issues that are ranging from global to local. We think that research and knowledge of domains are important. And this gets back again to critical thinking and how an understanding of geodesy and analytics is important, not just learning a software application. We see that geospatial jobs require competencies that include these soft skills and again, teamwork. And this is something that we're realizing that AI can't replace. We're looking that geospatial jobs require systems thinking. So how much, GIS hardcore is needed in addressing these spatial or location-based projects? We see that there's a lot of disciplines, a lot of jobs that are using this location-based data and geospatial tools. And again, how do we match up those opportunities with what's being taught? Not only in higher education, but technical schools, data science programs, these programs that the Census Bureau has. Seth talked about 3 camps, looking at the map and the data. We moved to data science, looking at math models and analysis, and then software and pipelines. One of the questions I have is, where can AI replace some of this? We've been talking a lot about the science of geospatial skills, but I still think that we need to be looking at both the art and the science. And I think we're realizing that it's not just learning the scientific technologies, and it's more needed than that. Again, these hard and soft skills. I think, we can't neglect innovation and creativity. This is very important. Moving forward, how do we better communicate with what is needed by the government and industry and academia? It's clear that interdisciplinary work and complementary skills are very valuable. Diversity is very important, and we need to make sure that we continue with that and bringing in a diverse workforce. And again, it's understanding the holistic problems. Angie Lee talked about, the education of the long tail. We don't need to know everything right now, all at once. And so, what we're hoping to do is thinking about the challenges that geospatial and location data is using. So, I'm an architect, and by education, one of the things that I think is a little bit of I don't know if it's a problem, but I think it's something to recognize is that, geospatial is so everywhere. It's in all these disciplines. Location is everywhere. As an architect, in the School of Architecture, we know what it takes to teach an architect. We have accreditation. We know what is needed in these programs. Same thing in engineering. in medicine, much of my work is in health and the built environment, and I'm including GIS in the medical school curriculum now. But we know what it takes in medicine. But even those fields are starting to realize that the future of healthcare is beyond just being a surgeon. I was talking recently with an anesthesiologist who's using GIS, and that's a whole nother story. I said, what are you doing using GIS as an anesthesiologist? But he realized that, patients with different kinds of problems within the OR come from different geographic locations. And so this awareness of geospatial and data is becoming, much more common in these other disciplines, I think, than we realize in some cases. Reginald brought up community participation, and we didn't talk too much about that today, but I think that's really important. Citizen science and engaging citizens in the work that we do. Of course, research is important. And I think that, he mentioned also the need for the research dollars to do some of this engagement with communities. And so again, this is something that we really need to be looking at when we look at programs. Moving forward, where is geospatial? Is it in a geography program? Is it in a program as geospatial analytics, as we saw with Clark? Is it in a data science program, or perhaps in a new AI degree? Is it more in a discipline? I think that there's probably a lot of research that is being done in different disciplines like economics, of course, mine, architecture, engineering, computer science. All these areas, I think, are really doing heavy research that we can probably learn more about. And so again, what is needed and how is the depth needed in each one of these? And I think this gets back to people's roles. So we have the role of the very detailed geospatial work, and then we have the work that is being supplemented by that. And again, this gets back to the teamwork and the interdisciplinary nature of all of this. I'm a big history buff, and a few of us talked about history in the past. Barb mentioned the importance of her seventh grade geography class. Tony talked about the having to digitize maps, and I think that's really important. Learning how to how is this created? I came from that same era where we had a digitizing tablet, and I say to my students all the time, you're lucky. We used to have to go down into the basement of our school and actually digitize the data. We now can get that. That's good and bad, though. We have so much more data available, but at least they knew how these maps needed to be created. And by the way, when I was in school in architecture, we were still doing hand drawing. And I did have to convince a lot of architects that, hey, this computer-aided design is actually going to be good. It'll cut down on replication of having to do data or, do drawing. And so even though I still think, though, it's an art and science, we still teach hand drawing at my university. But anyway, so, but where are we moving today? Just taking that as an example. We moved from hand drawing to computer-aided design. Now my students are integrating building information models with geographic information systems. And we're using augmented and virtual reality to share our designs with the citizens to have them get a better understanding of the environment. Last week, I moderated a panel sponsored by the Engineering News Record and Esri showing the innovations in construction. These folks are combining drones, machine learning, cloud data, dashboards, real-time interactions, AR, VR, to have more understanding of construction sites. So what I'm getting at here is that I think that we're really, again, looking at a wide variety of applications of these tools in many different disciplines. And so we can go back to, in my world in health, the days of John Snow and cholera maps in London in 1864, all the way to the importance of maps in wartime, the aerial photography, the U.S. Census integration of data early on, Landsat, the art of cartography. We look at the Jefferson Map Company. All of this is stuff that is really not that far behind us, but I'm really excited for the future. And so I think that data science, earth science, artificial intelligence, hopefully will cut down on some of the manual data that we've had to do. And I think that'll open us up to opportunities as we move forward to have better use of the data. and making better use of, again, earth science, more exposure, and ultimately, I think it's all for the good, for a better planet and healthier and happier people. So I know that didn't capture everything, but I think there was a lot that was out there, and I just want to turn it over to Pat now to close us out.
That was great, Kristen. Thank you. Well, we've had a great afternoon talking about the geospatial workforce of the future, and we heard about a number of problems in recruiting the workforce and adapting the workforce to new technology that's emerging, but we also heard a lot of new emerging solutions that have a lot of promise. Very exciting material for our committee to think about. I think this is probably a topic our committee will want to pursue in the future, and we're all pretty energized about it. So I'd just like to thank all of our speakers and those that participated in the discussions, and thank our online audience for being with us. And remind you that if you missed part of today, or there's somebody else you want to share it with, within the next week, the recording will be posted online, and we'd love to have you distribute it, share it in your networks, and let us know what you think about it. Thank you so much for your attendance today.